up to $2,000 in value for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1, and you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Feel free to get involved in one of many ways. Texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Participating in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. And Doug, you said you wanted a real radio program today for the first time since we started doing this show.
Are we going to get it?
You're going to get it, Jackie Papers.
Nice. Okay, good.
The Stiefel dossier today on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN YouTube channel where they love us, and the TMA STL YouTube channel where they love us even more.
Do they?
7:30. Jimmy the Cat Hayes joining us on the program.
All right, welcome back, the Cat.
The Cat making a glorious return.
I'll be turned.
8:15. I believe this gentleman's made a glorious return as well from the warm weather of Arizona. Bernie Federko will join us.
Wonderful.
Fresh off the Blues. Jim Dandy last night in Los Angeles. 9 o'clock. Brad Underwood, head coach of ILL. 9:15 with the trade deadline fast approaching and the Blues trending. Andy Strickland in studio to give his perspective.
Okay.
And at 10:30, Taylor Twellman on the program. What will they complain about, though, today?
I don't know.
Is there time for Chairman Steve's call? I'm concerned there may not be. Love you, Steve.
Doug, there is your Stiefel dossier.
Okay. That's a lot of sports. A lot of sports. I hope we're up to it.
Are we loaded for bear?
It feels that way.
Did that mean people would just load up on, like, ammunition? They're going to go kill a bear, so you're loaded for bear?
Oh, pretty good guess.
I'll find out.
That's all I got. Jackson's on it.
First text I see is, Tim, I love you. Wow.
Oh, brother.
That's the right text. Uh-oh, Doug's going to... Well, you're really striking it right in the center of the face.
Well,
I'm going to an
4.
audiologist after onboarding every day. Can't hear in my left eardrum. The funny thing about that texter, Tim, is they are not a named texter. The person,
they haven't chosen. You only have today and tomorrow to have Jackson update your name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And tomorrow, at 10 or 11 o'clock, Jackson? That's it. They will not be able to update their name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox again until April 1st.
That's right.
So seize the opportunity, text in, and tell Jackson what you want your name to be in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So there it is. There's your Stiefel dossier, jam-packed program for you on the program. Let's see. Steve in Wildwood has responded. Martin, he says, I'll bump Hayes. He's just going to tell you how great the Cardinals are. That is from Chairman Steve.
Well...
Mr. Licks is waiting. He says, has anyone noticed that Mizzou is winless since Dennis Gates followed Jackson on social media? That's not speculation. That's objective reality. I'm not saying it's causation, but the massive binary delta between correlation and causation feels worth examining. At what point does Jackson have a moral obligation to block Dennis Gates and lift the Kurtz before the tournament? That's from the Wednesday Licks shooter, Mr. Licks.
How would that make you feel to block Dennis Gates?
I don't want to do that.
No, you shouldn't.
It might be necessary.
But he doesn't tweet. Why would I be blocking him?
Is he a gift depot like me?
That'd be great if
Is he a resting or a nesting body?
Especially the ones you tweet out.
Is he a nesting body, just waiting for the right moment to strike?
I'll do some investigation. That's kind of part of my day is a due diligence on folks and their social media behavior.
I'm wondering if that scholarship can be enacted immediately. I mean, I feel like they need a lift.
Oh, like a quick activation?
Yes, in time for the tournament.
Yeah, you talk about the tournament. So we got Missouri with the loss last night, the Blues with the win. And, Doug, you have said before that if we can just
get hot, we can win this baby.
They've gotten hot.
They're very hot. That was another huge win. Huge win.
And you were watching it live when Robert Thomas tickled the twine?
I was, yeah.
You stayed up?
He nestled an island.
His prostate's a harsh mistress. You know that.
Yeah.
So Doug's prostate said, hey, let's go. And he went, and he turned on the game, and he got to see the Jim Dandy in the shootout.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's kind of
very nice.
How fortuitous.
That's just another example of why a prostate's so great.
Yeah. Reason 624.
624.
I guess it was after midnight. 12:15, 12:20, something like that.
Really? 9:30 puck drop?
Here is what Doug Vaughn heard at 12:15 while massaging his prostate.
I wasn't massaging anything.
Your words.
Nice massage.
Here's Thomas carrying it in. Goes wide left. Cuts in top of the far circle. Shoots, score! Bring out the Zamboni. An overtime win for the Blues tonight. David Alexander gets a big hug from Jim Montgomery. The Blues win in L.A. to kick off the West Coast trip. 2 big points and back to within 1 of a playoff spot. What a win tonight in a shootout for the St. Louis Blues.
How do you do, Chris Kerber?
I'm fine, yeah. Jake Neighbors also had a goal. Bennington made 2 saves on clear-cut breakaways in the shootout, or the overtime, rather.
And then what about at the end when Federko fell over? Would you say ass over tea kettle?
That I didn't see.
Oh, yeah, that was right at the end of regulation. Fell over. Another breakaway opportunity. Bennington just in the zone. I believe it was the first goal. He had no chance of seeing. He was totally screened. For those of you who did not get a chance to see it, and I realize this game ended late, and not everybody sets their alarm to massage their prostate.
I didn't massage a darn thing.
But Jim Montgomery's reaction, as you heard Chris Kerber reference, I mean, he was fired up on that bench, Martin. These boys believe.
I think after losing that Sunday game, you had to win. You could not go back-to-back losses on the road at this point with all the momentum that they had. And so you look at after the break.
And with the deadline lurk.
Yeah, I mean, but I think just the body of work now since that break, where they've won 5 of 6, their recent stretch, 5-1-1 overall. They've got points in 6 out of 7. And, Doug, I think the room is telling Army, don't you dare. That's what the room is saying to Army.
Yeah. Take your shirt off. And they're also telling Zach Bolden to take his shirt off. His words.
As much as it's our fault that Mizzou's gone in the tank, I think we take credit for Bob Thomas to kind of even it out. Since we asked him what kind of dog he had, I think since then he hasn't stopped.
I brought up the fact that he doesn't have a hole-in-one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now he's just playing with an edge.
Yeah. 11-game point streak. Matter of fact, Jim Montgomery was asked about the Blues, and he said, and what the identity is, because he said he was really encouraged that the room took it upon themselves after that back-to-back Saturday, Sunday, losing in Dallas to get back to their identity. He was asked following the game what the identity is that they got back to and were able to execute last night against the Kings. Here's what he said.
Being connected, it's not turning over the puck needlessly and getting to our hard offensive game, which is middle lane drives, being on the forecheck, creating turnovers. And then it's defensively getting back above it, and being committed to playing selfless hockey, which there's a lot of ways to describe it. But the way we're playing since, that's our identity. Like, we're always working for each other. We got all 4 lines contributing, so it's fun.
I would say it's fun.
It is fun.
And when asked, I believe this was by Jeremy Rutherford, who, Jackson, you'll be happy to hear, took in the Lakers game 2 nights ago.
Yeah, he's texting me.
Oh.
He sent me a couple pictures.
Were you in a good place seeing that?
I was happy for JR to get to witness history like that.
Were you?
Pretty awesome.
Okay.
Jeremy Rutherford, I believe this was his line of questioning. I was watching the post game this morning, asking specifically, I think, because the deadline's tomorrow, what the message the team's performance is sending to the front office and the league. Here is what he had to say, Jim Montgomery.
I have Benner talking about that.
What about the Jim Montgomery on the team having belief they can win? That, I believe, was the question.
Got it. Okay. My apologies.
Okay, start over.
We'll get through it.
Hey, welcome in, everybody.
Like I said, you noticed it this morning, right? The smiles, the energy, there's a belief in that room right now about what we can achieve. Now it's up to us to keep doing it night in, night out, and stay consistent with our habits.
Okay. There's a belief in the room.
But there's not just belief. Jordan Binnington took it a step further. I kind of feel like Jordan Binnington described this room and the love the team has. Take a listen, Doug.
I would say the word is fun and love. Love is building in the locker room and playing for each other. And I think that's such a special part of being on a team, and we can feel it building. So we just got to keep playing the right way every single day, every shift, bring the right energy, and just that's it. I think we've sent the message that we love each other, and we want to find a way in this locker room and build for right now and the future. And I think the message is there, and but all we can do is focus on what we can control and just do our best job at best every single day.
Okay.
What about love? What about the love? Fun and love.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it's all about? Fun and love.
I guess it is. I guess everybody has more fun when you're winning, and they're having a good time right now. 6-2-2 in the last 10. Only Tampa Bay has lost fewer games in the last 10 than the Blues in the entire league. So, yeah, they got hot at just the right time.
Kind of channeling
Spread the love, dog.
Inner Ed Herman there. Just kind of a zen goalie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't mind. If he gets in a little bit of a groove here, whatever it takes. it is more fun, and Doug has talked about this for a couple of weeks. You don't want to get sucked in unless you truly believe they could go on a run. And if that's the goalie, maybe you can. You do have some talent there around him, but I think that's the team you watched last night. Now the Kings are in a free fall.
5 in a row.
I mean, they may end up in the wild card mix, and they may get leapfrogged by Vancouver or Calgary at some point.
The Kings, I don't know if Doug has a Vaughn index available, but the Kings are only 4 points up on Calgary and Vancouver, both sitting at 67. The Blues sitting at 66. The Canucks with a win last night over the Blues opponent tomorrow, the Duck.
Well, you sure can't cash it in at this point. You can't trade away Shin now, I don't think. And, unless, excuse me, frog in my throat. Unless you get a terrific return on Shin, and as we talked about it yesterday, I really don't think that they would. You can't subtract at this point.
I want to dig in with Strickland on that because he tweeted if they trade Shen, it would be basically he was saying somebody of equal value, that it would not be a salary dump. And I did text him yesterday for some intel about Shen, and Strickland wrote back, Gretzky was traded. Anybody can be traded. I said, listen, wise ass. I'm looking. I don't want some historical perspective. I'm talking specific to this team.
I like that answer.
In this moment. So Strick will be here at 9:15.
9:15. Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock. Bernie Federko, 8:15. Jimmy the Cat Hayes, 7:30. Taylor Twellman, 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Doug, that is your Stiefel dossier here.
That's a lot.
On TMA. Wedding Tackle is not happy.
Why?
Wedding Tackle says, cool sound bites. So what will you all talk about next week after they lose their next 3 games and have no chance at the playoffs? Will you still have to pretend it's a possibility? That's from Wedding Tackle.
Stop it. It is a possibility. It's a very distinct possibility. You're 1 point out with 19 to play. It's a very real possibility.
You put Steven time on your dance card for saying something similar to Wedding Tackle a couple days ago. Would you like to add Wedding Tackle to your dance card?
I think I might.
Nice. You're going to be scrapping with the audience.
Yeah, I'll put a stinky mitt right in his yap.
Wow. Jackson looked like he was going to dump out. You didn't know where it was going, did you?
It's just hot.
It's just hot, Doug. It's just hot.
Stinky mitt.
Boy, it is fun. And John Hamm, has he been good luck in the past? When he's on the broadcast, I feel like they always score. They showed him at the game. I think J.K. said he was going to be with him Saturday, maybe, in the broadcast booth.
Wearing a Burroughs jacket.
At first, I thought, did he invent a Blues outfit? Like it was a giant B on a letter jacket. It looked like a snazzy new Blues look. I'm like, wait a minute. And then it said 89 on the side and figured it out.
Oh, go Bombers.
John Burroughs letter jacket from 1989.
Well, what sport did he letter in? You think he was a letterman?
I think he was a football guy, for sure.
Yeah, he looks like he's big enough to play
football. He grew up with Ted Simmons' kids, really close with Ted Simmons.
Oh, really?
When Simmons went in the Hall of Fame, John Hamm was there. He's like best friends with that family.
He wasn't good luck for the Chiefs. That's from Marcia's burner.
Well, maybe that was a misplacement by the NFL.
How many texters now want to be the name, quote, frog after Doug said he had a frog in his throat? Thanks.
For
That's
heaven's sakes.
Producer Joe's ASCAP. Jackson, have you had to change anybody's text name to frog here in the last 3 minutes?
I haven't looked in the last 3, but I'll head in there right now. I was too busy looking up John Hamm's athletics. He played football, baseball, and he was on the swim team.
Oh, really?
How about that?
Okay. And still has his letter jacket. I lost mine. I don't know what happened to it. Years ago, I think my parents got rid of it.
Think it's on eBay somewhere?
I don't know.
Autographed?
Probably not.
Wow, a lot of back. You see anybody have the text inbox up in front of them?
I just fired it up.
There is a lot of dislike for John Hamm now.
Wow.
Ham's a KC guy now. We don't need him involved with St. Louis. He's a sellout. He does have a crank, though. That's from Maxwell Hung. John Hamm is a traitor. That's the total package. Mahomes long body. F that John Hamm and his fake Chiefs fandom. That's from Mahomes long body. Kwame Voyukas IV. Martin, you're going to fight with him. He says, F that front-running loser, John Hamm.
Oh, my
wow.
God.
Back off, people.
My God.
One Super Bowl appearance for the pregame, and that's it. It probably wasn't his idea. It was probably the league. No. But I thought it was weird. I didn't get it. If I was Paul Rudd, I'd be kind of hurt.
But if we had a team in St. Louis, then I'd really be hurt. We don't have a team, so he found another team. I don't begrudge anybody for that.
God, do you think this will derail his happiness in life, Tim, knowing that he's getting taken down here?
Won't help. Won't help.
Imagine. I would think he's up streaming right now.
It does seem to be 100%.
Oh, it's anger.
Anti-ham on the text
I wasn't
line.
expecting it. Usually I kind of can get a feel for what the anger will be. That one was one I wasn't expecting. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat, and that's at youtube.com/TMA. STL, and you can watch and participate in the conversation with the audience members who enjoy the show via YouTube. Michelob Ultra, the sponsor, superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it, containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the official sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. Jackson, we've got to talk about it. I've delayed it long enough. Last night in Oklahoma, it was brutal. Yeah. For the last 5 games, Missouri has allowed 90-plus points. And I don't know if I was saying it on the air or off the air, and so if it's redundant, I want to issue a heartfelt apology. But I was saying to Jackson, has Missouri really had a game where they were kind of just out of it, blown off the floor? And Jackson said, well, the Auburn game. And I was intending to say since the Auburn game. And the one that kind of stood out to me was maybe, they were blown out, but Texas was just like a blah game. This was a game that from start to finish, you just never got a sense that they were going to come back. I think the closest they got in the second half was 8 points. The defense in the paint, non-existent in the first half. Anthony Robinson getting into foul trouble, causing problems. He was non-existent, I should say. And really, I would describe it as kind of an eye-opening loss. That one smarts more than, for me anyway, more than Arkansas or Vanderbilt on Saturday.
100%. There were some good things you could take away from both the Arkansas and Vanderbilt game. There was nothing good to take away from that game against Oklahoma. Defensively, I mean, the last 4 or 5 games, it's a concern. It's not panic. No need to panic. No need to jump off the bandwagon.
Martin's making a sound.
I'm not there. I'm looking. I'm not reaching for the panic button. I'm looking for it.
I think you should know where it is.
Okay.
But to hit panic after, I mean, this is like Arkansas, when you look at the context of it, not a great loss, but, one you can live with. Vanderbilt kind of same way. Oklahoma one's a bad loss. It's the first true bad loss of the season. So I think to hit the panic button. But the trend defensively is very concerning. I mean, I think the Alabama game unlocked opponents realizing that you can go downhill on Missouri pretty easily and attack the basket. Rim protection is sometimes there, sometimes not. Certainly last night it wasn't, but their ability, team's ability to penetrate and attack the rim has been, just wide open. Absolutely Olay defense on ball. And it's a terrible trend to have in March. Like I said, concern is the right thing to be, I think. Panicked? No.
Yeah, what about that?
Don't be panicked. No. I don't think. But, yeah, and they came out flat. You can't come out flat on the road. Everyone knows that. And if you can't get stops defensively, it doesn't matter how good your offense is. You can score 96 points a game. That's awesome. But if you're allowing 90-plus, Oklahoma scoring 50 points in that first half that just can't happen. That team doesn't score 50 points in the first half. It just doesn't happen.
That's what I heard Dickie Nutt at halftime with Mike Kelly. And then the assistant coach, Dickie Nutt, said, we scored 37. That's a good number on the road for our offense. He said giving up 50 is not acceptable.
No.
Now, Oklahoma did shoot 69%, and some of that you have to credit. Some of it you would also say is a statistical outlier. I don't know how you can't say that. The issue, though, is that they were getting so many easy points. Yeah. And that is now a trend for the last 5 games. Specific to the Arkansas game, and that was a game Missouri played poorly. And just, Arkansas had a Saturday night game. They were able to deliver, even though Missouri was in control of that game in the second half before blowing it. The Vanderbilt thing, I feel like that was a lot of coaching in the final minute, but they were leading against a good team, a team that I think will be an 8 or 9 seed in the NCAA tournament, has beaten some good teams in their home building. But this one was just, wow. And, I realize UConn was a dominating team last year. If you're looking at teams that go on runs, they didn't have anything like that. You know, their last loss last year was February 15th. Take a look at Purdue, their opponent. They lost in the Big Ten tournament, but before that, they hadn't lost, and that you got to go back to losing at Ohio State, and that was only by 4 points. My point being, if a team is trending, you can usually have a feel for it going into the NCAA tournament. Missouri is going in the opposite direction. And it's one thing, like I said, with the Arkansas and the Vanderbilt games. The Vanderbilt game was a second away from being a really good win. But that kind of performance at this time of the year, when one of Missouri's strength was its depth, and now you feel like they're kind of leveraged into a handful of players because some guys just look like they're kind of out of it, whether it's health reasons or they've hit a wall, I don't know. That, to me, that's why last night was eye-opening.
Yeah, I think hitting a wall, I think you hit on something there. Like, the effort last night, the defensive effort last night, looked like they had run out of gas. Like, they looked like that they have had a long season, playing hard minutes, and they just ran out of gas. Because that's not a... Oklahoma isn't a team that should be shooting that well from the floor. And, yeah, it's an outlier, but they were getting open looks, you know? And I think another thing is Missouri struggles against really quick, really shifty, good point guards when they penetrate. You saw it with Mark Sears in Alabama, Sakai Zegler with Tennessee, and now Fears, who's going to be a top 10 pick in the NBA draft.
Yeah, he's sick, impressive.
But Missouri can't stay in front of them. Anthony Robinson, I've been talking about how important he is. He couldn't stay on the floor last night, foul trouble. He didn't score until like under 4 timeout in the second half. He has to be out there on the floor because he creates so many turnovers defensively.
They just have to play better on the road. Over the last month, with the exception of beating Georgia on the road, when they play at home, they win. When they play on the road, they lose.
Yeah. Yep.
They don't get very many easy baskets down low. They have very little game in the paint. Mitchell gets his share, but nobody else. And if you're going to live and die by the three, you're going to be great one night and not very good the next.
Here is a friend of the show and Jackson's head coach, Dennis Gates, on last night's festivities.
One of the best point guards in the country, and Jeremiah Fears. I thought he did a great job carrying his team. His team did a great job rallying around him, especially when Big Fella went out. I hope he's healthy to make a run. I truly believe Oklahoma is an NCAA tournament team. I said it all along. They've let some close games slip away at home specifically, and they just made sure this one did not. They got out to a great start. We had a flat start, but I credit our flat start to Oklahoma.
Well, I don't think Oklahoma's going to get in the tournament. They were 4-12 in the conference coming into this game.
They were Joe Lunari's first 4 out in the latest bracketology. Missouri likes to help these SEC teams punch their tickets. Losses at Vandy and now Arkansas or Oklahoma. Arkansas maybe too.
They're in 14th place in the conference. You're going to take 14 teams in the tournament?
That was certainly Oklahoma's best win last night. I don't think Oklahoma is a tournament team, personally.
Correct.
No, I don't either.
But I don't think that it's like crazy. Like I think they'd be as deserving as any bubble team. I think they could make a case. I mean, they got Fears is legit sick. He's really, really good. And the freshman, he was clearly pissing off a lot of the Missouri Tigers last night. You saw Tamar Bates kind of getting it with them. Anthony Robinson got into it with them. I think it was getting in their head, and they outplayed Missouri in every single aspect.
But how
Defense,
are they out of
rebound.
gas? Because I mean, everybody plays a long season.
That's just a theory. I don't know
if they are. I don't get how they are, especially with as deep as they've been. I know they've whittled down the rotation, and I'm trying to figure out what solves the paint issue. I mean, is it more minutes for Gray? Can he stay on the floor? Is he going to fall out? I don't know how you fix that issue.
They were really late on. I mean, this is getting into the weeds of basketball, but they were really late on rotations on the pick and roll last night. When they would run a pick and roll, they would just lob it over the top. And when you're hard hedging, you're getting beat on a lob.
Doug, you like the term hard hedging? I had a feeling that was going to be a problem. If you want to apologize to Doug, he'd appreciate it.
Hard hedging.
It's like something a recovering alcoholic will text in about.
A hard hedge. The guy
has to do with shrubbery?
I don't know.
The guy defending the screener really pushes out the ball handler to make it hard for them to make that pass, but they were getting beat over the top of the lob, and the rotation wasn't there. That's just that's an effort thing. You have to be there. And then rebounding wise, they would sometimes make them force a bad shot, and then they would get a rebound. You can't have that happen.
Is the Kentucky game some sort of tell for you as to whether
you need to get your
whether they're going to ramp it back up?
You need a home game against a good team to get your confidence back. I think the Kentucky game, you go out there and you play like you did against Bama, like Florida, or even, some of the lesser wins, but wins nonetheless. You go out there and you get your confidence from your home crowd. That's the answer.
If you want to hold out hope for a run, I would point to what was an outlier last year. Doug, do you know who I'm talking about? Do you remember last year's tournament? You talk about
I don't think so.
Martin, you want to fire a bet at the pot? Not your conference, but could be combining with your conference. There's a hint, Doug.
Mizzou lost a game last year, you're talking about?
No.
I'm sorry.
School.
I was scanning the text I missed the question. I'm having an earpiece malfunction.
Oh, no. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
Do you know where I'm going with this?
NC State?
That's correct.
Yeah.
NC State was flopping around at the end of February and early March, had lost 4 straight games, and weren't really even in some of those games. And then they just went on a heater through the ACC tournament and then to the Final Four. I mean, that came out of absolutely nowhere. Now, of course, that is a statistical outlier. But with that said, they went from being a 10 in the ACC tournament as far as a seed goes and an 11 in the NCAA tournament and made their run. But when you talk about the two teams that were, it was very rare to have that kind of chalk hit in the tournament with Purdue going up against UConn. Those teams were on a heater throughout the course of February and into March. NC State would be the team that you would want to point to. I think many teams would want to point to because that is an all-timer with regard to that run and what they were before they got hot in the ACC tournament and then the NCAA tournament. Missouri, I think everybody would agree, has that ability. But, God, defensively, what in the hell is going on? It's one thing when you have that on a Saturday against Vanderbilt or a Saturday against Arkansas. That building last night,
it was dead. There was
dead.
No one there. There was no one there.
Wow. That was, like I said, I keep going back to that just being eye-opening. Also eye-opening, Doug, is what goes on with Design Air Heating and Cooling and Seth Goldcamp and the kind of emails we had with Sergeant Major Rhodes calling Rhodes?
Yeah.
Rhodes?
I think it was Rose.
Yesterday, and rave about Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. What do you know about Seth?
Well, I know he's the guy you call if you have any kind of problem with your furnace and air conditioning. And here it is cold again. And hope your air conditioner is doing okay. If it's not, you know who to call. That would be Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp is there, standing by, ready to be of service for you if and when you need him. He's served and he and his family, over 10,000 customers since the business started in 1904. This is a 4th generation St. Louis business, longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They were never try to upsell you, always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. They take that reputation very seriously. I've had them out to my house 2 or 3 different occasions. They just do fantastic work. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
What a Stiefel dossier we have for you today here on the program. Coming up, Jimmy the Cat Hayes talking Cardinal baseball with us. The Cat is back from Jupiter and not going back to Jupiter, but the Cardinals at about the midpoint of the spring training calendar did not get a great start from Sonny Gray yesterday. Jordan Walker is not necessarily looking at a long-term injury, but they're shutting him down to allow the inflammation in his knee to calm down. And the Cardinals were beaten by the Astros yesterday. We'll talk it over with the Cat coming up here in a matter of moments. Bernie Federko at 8:15. Brad Underwood, head coach of ILL, joining us at 9 o'clock as Jackson attempts to sabotage Illinois after the Dennis Gates debacle. And then Andy Strickland in studio talking Blues and the trade deadline. And then Taylor Twellman at 10:30, Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day at 10:50. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Show you sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
I don't get that.
Down at the lake, Doug.
When you're on your
down at the lake, exactly.
But is that what you do as soon as the Cardinals are eliminated? You go on a pontoon boat?
Most I have a houseboat.
Really?
Do you live on like Quincy? Did he live on a houseboat, Quincy?
It's like Cape Fear, right? There's a houseboat in Cape Fear.
It just spooked everybody.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. A Stiefel dossier for the ages. Jimmy the Cat Hayes going to join us in this segment. Bernie Federko at 8:15. Illinois coach Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland in studio talking the Blues win and the trade deadline. Martin wanted to follow up on that Braden Shen tweet. He did so via text, and Andy Strickland said anybody can be traded at Wayne Gretzky.
Swatted into the top row.
Wayne Gretzky was traded, and so Martin said, let's get this guy in studio so you can scrap with him. Doug is scrapping with the texters like Wedding Tackle and Steven Time. Taylor Twellman at 10:30, and then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. You want to podcast this one, brother? Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA, and you can always go back and watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL or watch it live. The YouTube chat presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen, the great Jimmy the Cat Hayes.
No,
Doug, have you ever heard a gallery?
No, I have not.
What's up, the cat?
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys? First, I just want to say that I cleared this appearance with the inner circle, so I'm good.
The inner circle.
Okay.
Sort of nebulous, but I like it that way.
No, that was a reference to a segment you had on your show with a former Cardinal player broadcaster who was talking about.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You guys didn't pick up. You guys are old.
Yeah. Well, I would have been easier if you told me you were farming in Tennessee. I would have been all in.
Yeah, then I could have figured it out a little quicker.
That feels like
there he is right there.
Does feel like a feature for the cat down in Tennessee. What's a tractor for?
The cat, how was your stay in Jupiter, Florida, and in your experience down there, comparing and contrasting? Because all the years that we were down in spring training, that was my first time going, I got to be honest with you, I don't recognize a decent number of these guys just by face. Know the names, but don't necessarily. You have a rapport with the players and some of these young guys that maybe fans aren't necessarily as familiar with at this point.
First off, you're a producer, Jackson. I watched him. He did a fine job getting you guys.
Thanks, How about the that was very kind of you.
He did.
He
did. I'm looking you guys. I mean, in years past, it was sometimes it was slim pickings, and then the big boys would come and make some trouble with the broadcast.
They would.
Some threatened to burn it up with jet fuel. But yeah, look, a lot of these guys are young guys, but they've been up there before. I don't know what they're going to be. I'm not going to sit here and go, well, look, they're headed for the World Series. I just think there's a lot of young guys that I'm interested in seeing. I think it comes down to whether Walker, who got good news on the knee yesterday, and Gorman hit. Because to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, because right now I don't really know who's going to start in center field. There's so many questions. But I think if the young guys hit, I think the starting rotation is going to be middle of the pack. I don't think it's going to be terrible, great. I think they got some young pieces. I'm interested in seeing McGreevy and with Palante can pick up where he left off last year. I think the bullpen's going to be good. But the problem for him last year, they didn't hit, right? And part of that's because Arenado didn't hit and Goldie didn't hit. And so now you have new pieces in there. And if the young guys hit, I think Walker can hit. I think Gorman can be a good power guy in Major League Baseball, but they got to figure it out. And then the other thing is this was supposed to be a year where you guys the young guys are going to get some runway. And Arenado's still here, and that takes up a major part of the runway. So there's going to be some guys battling to get at bats, guys that you thought were going to get some definitive at bats to show where they are, maybe what they can be. So there's a ton of question marks with this team, but I do think they have some young talent, and if it comes together, maybe it can be an interesting season. Is that okay? I mean, does that seem like
I'm going to tweet out. I
just don't
Jim,
know.
I just heard the cat says the Cardinals are headed to the World Series. Is that what you said? That's what I'm going with.
Pretty optimistic.
That's what I'd say. These Redbirds are ready to soar.
Ready to
That's what I heard.
soar.
Well, one young guy who does hit is Baker, who had his third home run
Doug
yesterday.
is on the Luke and Baker train, the cat.
I just think if you tear it up in AAA, you ought to get a legitimate shot in the majors. Do you think you'll get any shot for consistent at-bats?
Gosh, Doug, I miss you, and that's a great question.
That's a great question.
No, because here's the thing. Where are you going to put him? I tweeted that out the other day. After a second, he's got 3 homers. He said, look, spring training can either be informative or it can be a mirage. You know that, Doug. But this guy deserves a shot because he has posted consistently big numbers at AAA, and everyone loves to see a 500-foot homer. But you got Contreras at first base. You kind of can't forget about Burleson, who may get squeezed out of the outfield and get some time at first. And then, you have Herrera, who you want to see him hit. Now, he'll be a DH maybe when he's not catching. Where are you going to get the at-bat? So I agree with you. I just don't know how they're going to get everything done because there's a bunch of guys who kind of deserve to get some at-bats to show what they can be, and I don't know how the math works on that.
Jimmy the Cat Hayes with us here on the program, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The Cat, you had a chance to talk it over with some of the guys that we didn't get a chance to talk it over with, and I feel like one of the things that maybe threw the offseason off from what the Cardinals' plans were at that press conference where they talked about what has become now known as a transition from the retool was that not only Nolan Arenado's situation, but that Sonny Gray and Contreras did not want to leave. And so that, of course, then impacts first base, which then gets into Doug's Luke and Baker love affair. Did you get any indication from those guys as to what their thought processes were in electing to stay?
Well, so what Wilson told me, and I believe him, he said, look, I signed here. I want to be here. I actually like the young guys I'm playing with. And I asked him off camera, too. I was like, I'll be honest with you. One of the players in the offseason, away from cameras or whatever, said, and it was a guy who I don't think is in the everyday group text maybe with these guys, but not that I am. But he said, are you hearing that maybe they were trying to force Wilson's hand by putting him at first base? There was some speculation that maybe he didn't want to be at first, and this is their way of trying to push him out so there's more runway. But he told me he really wanted to do it because he thinks it will extend his career. He also thinks they have 2 good catchers, guys like Herrera, whose bat should be in the lineup, and he's trying to do what's right for the team. And then he did work at first base. I don't know how it's going to go, but of all the positions you can play, maybe that's one you can learn on the fly. He did play at first base in the minor leagues. And I'll tell you this, you always talk about Doug, they're in the best shape of their lives.
Sure, throwing free and easy.
Yeah, they are throwing free and easy.
But I don't know if you guys got to see Wilson, but he is bigger. He told me he lifted more. He never could do that as a catcher because you want to stay kind of lean and mobile behind the plate. He looks bigger. Now, one of the coaches said the question is, will the extra, strength and size up top affect the swing? They don't think so. But he's all in on playing this year and being at first base. And with Sonny, I just don't know because I did sit down with him. I ran a bite on the social media, what do you call that, the Twitter tweets. And people were like, he hates being here. No, he wanted to talk. No, he wanted to stay because he could be elsewhere. And he wanted to do the interview at 7. And maybe he was a little cranky. I was cranky at 7 a.m. in Jupiter, Florida. So, but he basically said, my family's comfortable here. I like my teammates. I have young guys. I feel like we can we can pull it together and be something. And so I decided to come back. And with him, if you know him at all, he's kind of his own guy. I have to drink some water here because I'm not used to talking at this hour. And his family, his kids are always with him. And his family's really important to him. And they're comfortable in St. Louis, so that played a big part for him.
Yeah, I think each individual, Sonny Gray has moved around a ton. He signs there because he always wanted to be a Cardinal. It's not far from home. And I think Contreras, if you're around him a little bit, he's very sincere. He wanted to come here replacing Molina. Whether they overpaid him is a different topic, but I think he is sincere that he wants to see this thing through. I also am writing down, Tim, I heard the Cat is in a group text with the players saying, hey, guys, what are the talking points today? That's
They're
what
giving you talking points now, the Cat?
Apparently, there's a group text. But what about Jordan
I write
Walker?
the talking points, Tim. I write the talking points.
You dictate. Hey, Jim, would it kill you today to say we're looking better? Jordan Walker's such an interesting... He's a mountain of a man. It looks like he could hit 30 homers a year. He has the misstep literally the other day. What was your time like with Walker, and what do you think is a reasonable expectation for him?
Look, I think this guy can hit 270, 280, 25 homers. He's huge. I mean, he said he only added 5 pounds, but you saw him. He does look bigger. I mean, he's a monster anyway. But he said that working with Brant Brown, the new hitting coach, he gave him simple things. And that's when I talked to Brown, he said, you got to take each player individually on how you coach. You don't want to overfeed some guys. Some guys can handle a bunch of things. And with Jordan, they just talked about moving his hand position because they thought it kind of got in the way of the swing. And then also maybe giving him some space because maybe you overfeed him. And then, it's hard for him to act on everything you want him to act on. And then you have to start at square one again. So Jordan says he's got a great relationship with this guy. And he feels like, he doesn't seem like he's put a lot of pressure on himself. And if I'm the Cardinals, I just let him go and hit and see how it goes. Like, if this is a year to find out where these guys are, give them a little room. But I talent-wise, right, 25, 270, 280, I think that's in his range for certain.
Have you been able to get any kind of read on Arenado and how he's feeling, where his mind is, and is he in the best shape of his life?
Well, he is lighter. I mean, that to me that was noticeable. I think I saw on the ESPN broadcast they said he was heavier. He told me he's lighter because he wants to be leaner. And I was talking to some people that know him and said he basically didn't stop this off season. He's dedicated to trying to reclaim his position as one of the best players in baseball. And I honestly felt like he's comfortable in St. Louis. Like, I didn't feel like there was this, I want to get out of here or, find me a landing spot or push because I want to go here. He seemed pretty comfortable. And the interesting thing from my perspective is when I first got there, talking to his teammates off camera, it was almost like they knew he wasn't going anywhere. Well, how did they know? I didn't know that. I don't know if Mo knew that, but they really like him. And I think that everyone in that clubhouse realizes we're probably a much better team with Nolan at third base, especially if he can be Nolan of the past. So it seemed like everything's on board, and it just seemed like Arenado was like easy like a Sunday morning being back. He knows he wants to take his game to another level, the level where it used to be, but he was very comfortable with his surroundings with his ball club.
It looks like we've got questions for the Cat.
Jim,
are you taking questions
Are you taking
today?
questions?
Hold on, I have Mo on. Mo, can I take questions? Yeah, Mo said I could.
Oh, wow. I got cleared.
I mean, there's a multitude. One wanted to know about back hair. The other one to have. Somebody wanted you to sing a show tune. Somebody just said, Sup, Cat. Sup, Cat, come back. And then somebody else.
Could have been Manchild 79. That's a tradition right there, Martin.
Somebody else.
He's a great American.
He is a great American, the Cat.
But more importantly, they wanted to know how was the Latina's
I wanted to ask
pizza?
about that because I didn't get a chance to get it while I was down there. And you said, what, the guy who used to own it doesn't own it anymore, but you were going to go in there that night. How was the Latina's Pizza in Jupiter?
I got to be honest, it's a new owner.
Oh, no.
He's not angry. He doesn't yell at his customers, and it was fine.
So it's not as good as it used to be?
As good.
Oh, no.
No, look, back in the day when Lutina's was the best pizza place I'd ever been to, they were doing Coke deals out of a Ferrari behind.
Oh, no. Wow.
You'd walk in and the guy would say, "What do you want, buddy?" Like they were angry at you.
And he was a Mickey Rivers guy? That's right. He was a big Mickey Rivers guy.
Yeah, the Mickey Rivers guy. Hey, who's that? Mickey Rivers. And then it was like, "Hey, can I get a slice?" We don't do slices. All right, what can I do? And that was when it was the best. And now it's like a friendly guy. Hey, what are you having? It was okay, but it wasn't as good.
So Jim's got this weird kink where he's kind of like a slice of pie. Would you scream at me? It's kind of my thing.
Martin, are you working blue? I thought those days were over.
No. The pizza Nazi down there.
Wow. I think I'd rather have mediocre pizza and not get screamed at.
Really?
I think
disagree.
So.
I actually have to tell you, I do disagree with that, too.
I don't want to get yelled at.
It was the best pizza, but it was like if you wanted the great pizza, maybe the guy was in a bad mood, or maybe, someone ran off with a kilo behind his back. So you never knew what he was doing.
Well, one of the places I know, the Cat, you and I both enjoy going, and it's not that it's unfriendly, but there's kind of a signature person who checks you out, Adriana's. You know what I'm talking about?
I love that place.
Yeah, it's the greatest, and there's kind of like...
doing? How you doing, darling? How you doing?
Yes,
I love taking
absolutely.
my wife E, and they have the best sausage sandwich, and they're as friendly as you can be.
Absolutely.
They know everyone there.
Adriana's is a great place.
That'd be better for me.
There's a burger place the Cat and I both are big fans of. Martin, I think you're a big fan of as well. The Cat, you're welcome to name if you would like. Where the Cat and I have determined, I think it might be your son Tyler who discovered that if the right guy is working the grill, the burger will be better. And so the Cat would text me to let me know if the good guy was working the grill. How about that?
Sakes.
I mean, we really dig deep on this stuff.
Let me tell you something. Since it's not my show, I can throw the name out there. It's Village.
Yes,
okay?
it's the Village
I love
Bar and
that
Grill.
place.
Martin, you're a Village guy, right?
Oh, yeah, quite a bit.
But Tyler, but Martin, it's true. My son has an eye, and he knows the guy. I think it's the guy with the beard is better on the grill. You walk in there, and Tyler goes, "Oh, we're getting good burgers today."
Yes.
I like to call up there. Is the guy with the beard working today? Somebody would like you to call Doug a rube, just for old time's sake.
Doug, you're a rube.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That off.
For heaven's sake. Prince of misinformation.
Oh, I forgot about him.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, knock it off.
That's the inner circle.
All the memories. Oh, the memories.
Somebody else wants to know if you're in bed literally with Mo right now. It seemed like a fair question.
Boy, Martin is working blue.
I'm reading that, Tim. I'm just reading this. I'm a prompter bonehead. I'm just reading what's in front of me.
He split at 5 a.m.
Morning. There he is right there. The Cat, great to talk it over with you here on the program and talk it over regarding the Redbirds and the audience. Thrilled to have you back on the program, both in the YouTube chat and also in the text line. So thank you for joining us in the program, and we'll look forward to talking again soon, man.
All right, see you, boys. Thanks. See you.
Thank you.
Right,
that
then
is
we'll
Jimmy
see.
the Cat Hayes. I forgot that he called you the Prince of Misinformation.
No, I call him that.
And you're the Rube. He calls you the Rube. He's the Prince of Misinformation.
He is the Prince of Misinformation.
Well, he said they're going to the World Series. Did I hear it wrong? He's on a group text with players deciding
I was wearing Jordan Walden's underwear on the way home.
How about that? And I believe that led to Joe Strauss saying Jordan Walden balloon party. I think that was the cause and the effect.
Rights holders bad.
The rights holder
Slurpee.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way. Go give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Just summed it all up.
Oh, it's so good. Give me those days. Give me those days. The Straussian takes on.
And that's when they were good.
Oh my God! They were they were in the middle of going to the NLCS like 5 straight years or something.
And that's what Mo would seem. Hey, Bloomy Gus is here. They'd be in first place in the Strauss column and be like, For a team struggling to cobble together wins, they somehow eked out an 11-5 win. And you're like, they won by 6 runs.
Great to have the cat back on the program here on TMA. You're welcome to get involved in a wide variety of ways. Call in. Chairman Curdy standing by. Dougie standing by. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. The YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. 257 friends in there talking it over, and it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50 today. And your standings, Kermit the Bong, the JV golf coach, and self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, they are all tied for first. The Stiefel dossier, here you go. Bernie Federko, 8:15. Illinois coach Brad Underwood, 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland with us in studio talking about the Blues win last night and the trade deadline approaching tomorrow. Taylor Twellman with us at 10:30. Friend of Balloon Party, Jackson, and a regular. Would love to have him in the regular rotation as well.
He's on the call this Sunday night for this City game.
That's right, indeed. City and L.A. this weekend. So there you go. That's all coming away on the Stiefel dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Sherman Kurt with you. The program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team, I've gotten to know them. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. Look around, shop around. And they know that you're going to come back because they really are the best at what they do. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues defeat the LA Kings last night in a shootout, 3-2, the final score. The Blues are off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Anaheim Ducks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
William McKinley.
Dang.
Was this a different version where he didn't add a little commentary after some of the presidents?
This is just the first verse.
This is the remix.
The seldom played first verse.
Yeah, seldom played. Now he's really feeling it. Now he's feeling it.
Yeah. You gotta let him, pick up steam.
It's from the Larry Nickel tree.
MD 2020 says this sounds like Tanner. This isn't Tanner.
It does sound a little bit like Tanner.
Have we asked Tanner if he's the one performing?
It really does sound like Tanner just a little bit.
Let's just walk by him in the hallway and go, Rutherford B. Hayes. Just kind of start throwing out a few names.
It's the Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. A Stiefel dossier for the ages is what Doug just tweeted out.
I didn't.
The Cat was with us in the 7 o'clock hour. Coming up at 8:15, Bernie Federko. At 9 o'clock, Brad Underwood. 9:15, Andy Strickland in studio on the Blues trade deadline pursuits. And then at 10:30, Taylor Twellman. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And you can email in to participate in it the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. I was saying to you boys before the show started, very rarely at this time of year, and I realize it's still by definition winter, but March 6th, for it to be as sunny as it is in the St. Louis metropolitan area at this time, but be as cold as it is. Sweet mother of mercy. And yesterday, the wind was whipping.
Yeah.
And it felt like single digits.
Mm-hmm.
A
little snow on the ground.
And with some snow on the ground, indeed. If you are dealing with any heating issues, go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp, our longest-running sponsor. He goes back a decade with this show. And you have heard people call into the program and rave about their experiences with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin can speak to it, Doug can speak to it, and I can speak to it because we're all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com, they pride themselves on the fourth-generation tradition of not upselling customers when they come to fix their heating and cooling system. They build their business with the credibility of people knowing they're not going to get sold something, they're going to fix it, they're going to move on, and when they need them again, they'll be back, and they can count on them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Talked, of course, about the Blues win in the first segment of the program and Missouri's loss against Oklahoma last night. The Billikens will have their final regular season home game coming up at a Saturday at 7 p.m. versus Duquesne. Tickets are starting at $10 on slewbillikens.com, and the first 2,500 fans will have a chance to play basketball bingo to win prizes. Doug, you ever played basketball bingo?
No.
Jackson, you are our basketball aficionado. What is basketball bingo? You ever played beach blanket bingo?
I don't
Wasn't that
believe
was
I saw the
Annette
movie.
Funicello?
Mm-hmm.
She's
Was she
going to
a
be with us.
musketeer?
I think Moondoggy was in that picture.
Who wants that text name?
Moondoggy.
It's also senior night. Recognizing Gibson Jimerson, Isaiah Swope, and Kobe Johnson with a post-game ceremony. 2025-2026 season ticket deposits are now available. Also, visit slewbillikens.com. There you go.
I think the bingo, they hand you a card on the way, and then you win prizes. You win prizes throughout.
I couldn't tell if it was what you just said or like an actual basketball game. Like there's a free throw golf, knockout, a game like that.
I have to let you guys behind the curtain. I was texting with the Dish, Brian Kunderman, yesterday, and I had forgotten that we had tentatively scheduled Robbie Avila for today. And all of a sudden, I go, holy smokes.
Not again.
But there was a little bit of a class issue, and I looked at the dossier, and I thought, let's hold off. Maybe we can get Kareem Abdul-Jabbar next week or something. Can you imagine? I know this is not again. Well, I know this is not a guest-heavy show by
Today,
nature.
Jackson said my Stiefel dossier will last for decades.
We like to leave it for one day a week to just pack in. Yeah,
But it just sort of all happened. Illinois said, you want Underwood? You got him, 9 o'clock. And then our MLS friends, you want Taylor? You got it. All just kind of tumbled into one. I didn't have the nerve or the heart to text Jackie and say, can we squeeze in Robbie Avila? But he's got a class, so it's okay.
Okay. And that text would have come in at like 10 p.m. See if we
I think I hit you last night. You were already asleep?
I was in pain.
Were you in a bad place?
Oh, boy.
I kind of accepted it midway through. I almost turned it off.
Midway through, you talking halftime? Or you talking midway through the second half?
That was torturous to watch.
It really was.
I kept thinking, though, they're going to come back.
I did, too. I have to be honest with you. I bet, hey, if I'm going to tell you about the wins, I'm going to tell you about the losses, too. So I bet A&M money line the night before against Wardam Eagle. I took Missouri, laid the 4.5, and I'm like, oh, good. They fell behind. They're going to come back. They're going to beat these guys. And then I live bet them to come back and win. So I got double banged. And usually I enjoy that. But last night, I did not. And I never even got a sweat either. I mean, it was pretty clear that it was not happening.
Yeah, I just based on their defense, I didn't smell a run coming. Because if you want to trade layups for layups, they're going to win. They're up 14.
I feel like Mizzou peaked emotionally in that win over Alabama. It was such a big win, such a great win for them. And since then, they beat a bad South Carolina team at home, but lost all the others to mediocre teams in Arkansas, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Vanderbilt's not a mediocre team.
Well, they're in the second half of the SEC.
They're a tournament team.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I don't think they've played anything close to the way they played against Alabama since.
No, they have not. And I think the way that Alabama...
defensive situation. I think Jackson's observation really is astute on that Alabama showed teams how to crack Missouri defensively. I will be quite intrigued. Now, Kentucky's down. Who's the guy that they lost for the year on Saturday?
I don't know the name off the top
but
of my
he's
head.
One of their
Goose
starters.
Givens?
Goose Givens, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
He won't be there on
John
Saturday.
Wall.
So
Okay.
Missouri's not facing the Kentucky team that was around for the majority of the season.
Yeah, and they've been, they lost their team that's lost, not to Vanderbilt, but they lost, obviously, to Arkansas at home. Like Kentucky is gettable, and that just, I think, shows the depth of the SEC. But, again, just a huge confidence booster option on Saturday, a platform to get right and get some confidence going. And now the SEC tournament is another thing where you need to get your confidence. At one point, you might have thought, okay, you can kind of ease up. I think they actually really need to go as hard as possible in the SEC tournament to get that confidence going, to essentially see shots go in, get stops, this, that, and the other.
And the Blues have that confidence right now. Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up, 8:15, 101 ESPN has the Blues interviews. Bernie Federko is our guest on Thursdays. This team is hot and wants to win a baby? I think
No. If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Ducks tomorrow night here on 101 ESPN. Then they see the Kings again. Kings in a free fall. And who knows, as Martin brought up in the 7 o'clock hour, maybe the Kings wind up getting in a spot where they're battling for their playoff lives. Losing 5 straight at this time of the year with teams in the Pacific surging, that could be problematic. They don't play again until they play the Blues. The Blues get the Ducks tomorrow, and then the Kings again come back to St. Louis before heading out to Pittsburgh to continue what is a road trip with a stopover back in the Midwest before heading to Pennsylvania. So there it all is. We'll get Bernie Federko's perspective on what has taken place since the Four Nations, what he thinks the organization needs to do here over the next 24 hours, and how much this streak could be an indication of what is to come over the final 5 weeks of the regular season. Bernie Federko coming up at 8:15. Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland in studio at 9:15. Taylor Twellman at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Schnucks wants to save you money, and you can do it when you go shopping at your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. Over 2,300 items have been marked down all around the store. It's tough going to the store these days because prices are up. Schnucks are doing their part by dropping the price at 2,300. So whatever's on your list, guaranteed one of those, two of those, five of those are going to be on the markdown list. You can also check out the digital shelf tags around the store, finding even more items, all with lower prices, whether it's Jackson Stoke Cold Brew. We got to get you an endorsement for Stoke Cold Brew. Tyson Family Pack of Chicken. There's so many items. Can't mention them all. 2,300 all around the store. Of course, you've already got the Schnucks app. All of it popping up on your phone, letting you know how to save money. Do it every single day. It is savings that you can count on at your local Schnucks. I'm sure there's one in your neighborhood. Saving money at the grocery store, it's not happening. Too many places. It is at Schnucks. New lower prices every day on those 2,300 items.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Bernie.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
How are you doing? Are you refreshed for some time in warm weather? I'm very jealous of you.
I am. I couldn't be better.
I love hearing that. How about what's going on here since the Four Nations, man? This has been something else, and it carries over last night with a thrilling playoff-style game against the Kings.
Yeah, Tim, they're really playing well right now. I mean, this is the best I've seen them to play, especially as a team. All four lines are going. Defense are playing well, of course. There's Binnington in the net all the time. But this is one of those things right now. I mean, last night's game, they really dominated that game. I mean, LA shouldn't even been in that game the way it was going. But certainly they needed Binnington in the overtime, and he was very, very good with it.
Late January, early February, they lost 4 in a row, 6 out of 7. What are they doing exactly now that they weren't doing then?
You know, Doug, it's a funny game. I don't know if there's anything that they're doing differently. I mean, they're certainly doing it better than they were back a few weeks ago. I mean, I think the confidence is there right now. I mean, when you watch them play, I mean, they seem to have a step ahead of everybody right now. Last night especially, I mean, it was line after line. I mean, it looked like LA had 4 players on the ice and Blues had 5. I mean, it just looked like they were all over them. And it's just, right now, I think it's just the way they've got the confidence going right now. They're skating. They're doing the little things. I mean, they're anticipating the plays, what's going to happen, and really they're outworking the other team. I mean, if you see the battles for the puck last night, almost everyone was won by lifting a stick or whatever it was. I mean, I think the will was there last night, much more of a will than we've seen over the course of maybe a few weeks ago. It's just a different attitude right now.
I thought it was interesting, the goaltending coach, David Alexander, on the bench during the shootout. And I think Curbs even mentioned him during the winning shootout goal by Thomas. I guess he's there just talking about habits by Kemper. Isn't it amazing how far the game has come in terms of, the intel? They've all got iPads in their hands. But, I mean, whatever it takes. But that was sort of for a lot of Blues fans, they probably don't even know who David Alexander is.
Yeah, David has done a really good job. I mean, it's really been a relationship that, especially when you've got a Binnington, the way he's played. I mean, David has been perfect for him, and of course, Hofer, a young goaltender that is just seems to be getting better and better each time that he plays goal. But yeah, David. I mean, it is. It's the sophistication of the game right now with the iPads. I mean, you know exactly what the habits are of Kemper. But the other teams are doing the same thing about Binnington, but it seems that Binnington doesn't really have any weaknesses, and it's really, really difficult. I mean, even me watching the game last night, I'm saying if this goes to overtime, if it was in a shootout, the chances are the Blues are going to win because, I mean, Binnington is just so hard to score against. And, two goals from the Blues and the 3 shots. I mean, with Thomas winning it, they know exactly where you're going to beat Kemper or whatever it is. So, yeah, it's sophisticated and it makes it interesting, but you still have to make the save and you still have to score the goal when you need to.
Bernie Federko, our guest here on 101 ESPN. You're listening to The Morning After. You can watch the show and our conversation at youtube.com/TMA. STL. All of this is happening at quite a time with the trade deadline tomorrow. We had Doug Armstrong with us, Bernie, 2 weeks ago before the Four Nations final between the U.S. and Canada, and I believe he was of the mindset, and I think he pretty much said as much, that his expectation was that the Blues were probably more in a sell mode at that time because they hadn't come back and played against what was going to be a tough set of a schedule, starting off with the Jets and the Avalanche, and then they go on the heater. And now the mindset, I know inside that room, based on what the guys are saying, certainly has changed. There's real belief there. This puts Doug Armstrong in quite a spot. What do you think he is thinking right now, and what do you think the approach will be?
Yeah, Tim, this is a really tough situation for him now. I mean, obviously, you got to do what's best for the club, not only now but in the future as well. So, I mean, I think that probably the cost of really selling some of these players was probably going to be really high. I think that he probably set the standard pretty high. If someone's willing to give him what he wants, he may still probably pull the trigger. But yes, when there's belief right now, there's still a long way to go. I mean, there's still 19 games to go. I mean, if we look at what the past has been, 95, 96 points is where it's been. Now, I don't know if it's going to be that high this year for the wild card because really no one's taken charge. I mean, Calgary's 5 or 6 games above 500. The Blues 3. Vancouver, the Blues only a couple points behind or whatever it is there. So there's still a lot of hockey to be played, and you still got to win a lot of games. The Blues still have to win probably 14 games out of the last 19, and to get obviously to that 94, 96 points. So these are decisions that have to be made right now, and and what is somebody willing to give you for who you're willing to give up. So that's why he's getting paid to be the general manager. So this is a tough situation, and certainly in the locker room, the guys are believing, and I'm sure the guys would love some help in going forward. But again, that's why general managers are paid for what they do, and I know this is going to be a much tougher situation each and every game that the Blues can continue to win.
And you're paid to spit hot takes. Do you think the team has it to get in the playoffs? Would you expect them to get in?
Well, the way they're playing right now, they certainly have the chance, Doug. But again, I keep saying is that Calgary and Vancouver still have a couple of games on hand on the Blues. If they're ahead of them, I mean, the Blues are still chasing. I mean, Utah's right there, a couple of games over 500. Anaheim's there. I mean, there's a logjam trying to get that last spot into the playoffs. So I don't know. I mean, I said it right from the start. I mean, the chances were not good, but I think when you've got a Jordan Binnington, especially the way he played, even winning the Four Nations, I think he's got more confidence. I mean, you can just watch him play. I mean, he's got so much confidence out there, and I don't know. I mean, I certainly don't know, but the Blues still are chasing. They are not in a playoff spot right now, and that's why it makes it so difficult with this trade deadline being tomorrow. And I love the fact that it's 6 weeks from the end of the season. I mean, if you go back a few years ago, it was only 2 or 3 weeks out, and then it was harder for, obviously you knew if you were in or out by that point in time, and I think it made it easier for the general manager. But this is tougher decisions now, and I think it makes the game much better now, too.
And Bernie, a number of texters bringing this up as well about Binnington being hot. You got to ride him. They've been pretty consistent where he plays 2, then Hofer comes in. I was thinking last week, the Washington game, I would have played Binnington again because you had the back-to-back games over the weekend. Do you think they'll stay in this routine where it's 2 in a row for Binnington and then go to Hofer? Or do you think with the urgency here, you kind of throw that out the window and play Binnington as much as possible?
Well, I don't think you can, though, Martin, because, I mean, I think you still, I mean, there's a lot of hockey left, and if you're going to make it in the playoffs, you certainly want to make sure that your goaltender's not totally burnt out. So I would expect that they're probably going to stay the same way. I mean, they've got back-to-back coming up this weekend, so obviously we'll probably see, I would expect that we'll see Hofer in Anaheim, and then back with Binnington on Saturday, on Saturday against the Kings again. And then you've got some time off, though. And I think once you get the time off, you're playing every other day, you might play Binnington more. But certainly, if there's back-to-back games, we're probably going to see the split between the 2 goaltenders.
Bernie Strick is going to be here in studio at 9 o'clock hour. Is it true when you walk into those Midwest FanDuel studios that he always has his feet up on the desk? No. Is that true?
I don't think he has any feet. I think he's always in so much motion all the time. I think he's got wheels on the legs and instead. So he'll be interesting to tell you because he's always talking to everybody around the league. So he'll probably have some real good insight of what maybe going to happen.
He's always in the corner kind of whispering to people. He's got like the little – that's what I think Pronger called him Scoop because he said, oh, I got your little notepad out, Andrew, do you? He's always looking for a scoop.
You just got to wonder where the scoop is coming from, though. That right. Where's he getting it from?
That's fair.
Bernie Federko with us every Thursday here on TMA. The Blues on a heater, and they will try to continue it tomorrow night in Anaheim against the Ducks. Bernie, appreciate the time and enjoy the conversation as always. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, fellas. You have a great day.
You too. That's Bernie Federko, Hall of Famer with us here on 101 ESPN. Blues and Ducks tomorrow, Blues and Kings on Saturday, and Doug is of the opinion that they will win a baby if they can stay out of the cold.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're going to win.
I have in front of me here.
Well, they wouldn't have anything to do with the baby. If we can just get hot, we can win this baby. This baby being the cup itself. Now we have a song to go with it and everything.
Yeah. Jackson,
that's got to help.
Got to help. Changed Army's thinking is that now that there's a song,
mm-hmm. Kind of like
Perv out, baby. Perv out.
That wasn't it.
That's not it. But I like that song.
Mm-hmm. That was something different. That was after my colonoscopy.
You were perving out in a colonoscopy?
Well, my big hit, the #1 single, is, of course, the colonoscopy tune. And I think
Martin, you ever download that?
No. Where's that available, Doug?
Here and only here, I think. you rhyme chalice with the wounds?
Chalice.
Yeah.
Fowler and holler. Sometimes there's liberties as to what really rhymes. That's why I'm taking note here. The payoff. I did see Joey Vitale in the postgame last night. It was a late game, and he said, well, it's a little late for me. Told us he goes to bed typically at, 7, 8 o'clock? Didn't watch the Four Nations finale because he had to go to bed?
I sent him a text this morning at 6 a.m. Gone. There's a handful of people I'll text. All of us, obviously, the Colonel. And I'm like, Vitale, he's been up for 2 hours. And then I was thinking, maybe not because he had the postgame. Yeah. But alas, he got back to me like at 6:15.
He did, okay.
I'm sure that went till after probably 1 o'clock, 1:30.
Weren't you up with your prostate?
Well, as soon as it was over, I took the prostate and went back to sleep.
Gosh darn it, my prostate.
Him too.
Mad dog. Didn't he screw up the Chalamet red carpet because he had to go to the bathroom? Is that what that's from? It was something to do with...
when that was cut, that drop was cut, I was sick.
It was in London. He was there for the Bob Dylan show, and it was a red carpet, and apparently Mad Dog had to go to the bathroom, and it was created a ruckus.
Like his...
That's why he blamed his prostate.
His bowels?
Well, yeah, you get a little older. When it's time to go, it's time to go.
It got me at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Martin and I were just talking about that.
I was up at 3 o'clock, and I had a hard time going back to sleep, and that's why earlier when I had a earpiece malfunction, I was really just kind of zoned out, and I blamed the 3 o'clock pissa.
Yeah, it's a bad beat when it happens. All right, you get involved in the program. So many different ways to do so. Chairman Kurt standing by on those Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Texting in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 284 friends have gathered, including Tori Holtzfinger. And I'm a bad boy, and I'm testing things. And he says the Blues are going to win a baby.
Oh,
That's
really?
I'm a bad boy, and I'm testing things. And Panther's in there, too. But Panther's a picture of alfalfa. So that's on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat's not up on the studios, but I see it. I'm looking at my laptop. Sometimes that can happen. Jackson, you're not up on the YouTube chat.
I wasn't when Bernie was on.
Got it. So there's a little bit of a delay. Maybe. There you are. Jackson's on. What a Stiefel dossier we have here today. Already the Cat and Bernie Federko joining us. Brad Underwood coming up. Andy Strickland in studio. And Taylor Twellman at 10:30. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. All of that still to come here on 101 ESPN. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And if you miss anything, especially on a jam-packed Stiefel dossier like today's, you're going to want to go back and podcast it. And the podcast, Doug, is brought to you by Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. And what, there are like 4 F's in Schaefer? Is that it?
There's only the one F in Schaefer, Tim. There are a couple other companies in town with 2 F's in their Schaefers. But this Schaefer company doesn't give an F. They have only one F. SCHAEFER.
Only got one to give.
Schaefer Door Company. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. If you need a new one, that would be the way to go. Of course, if you don't need it, if you just need a part, I needed a strut, which is that metal bar that runs the entire length, the entire width of the garage door opener to give it some more strength going up. That's all I needed. Easy fix. Jason Gosrow and his team sniffed it out, got it fixed up, and now I got exactly what I want. I got a garage door that goes up. I got a garage door that goes down. Ah, yes, garage. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there, always someone, a real human being there to take your phone call and get you squared away, and their service techs are not commission-based. The website is Schaefer Door with one F, SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brownick Group and Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Brad Underwood joining us at 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland in studio talking Blues trade deadline at 9:15. And Doggies fans, Taylor Twellman with us at 10:30. Talking Cardinals and Major League Baseball, specifically the Astros GM doing an interview and giving behind the scenes as to what happened between the Cardinals and Astros and Arenado. I haven't heard this. I'm intrigued to hear it, but Jackson has it on Fun with Audio. You're going to hear it next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
My word.
Doug, you enjoyed this one?
Well, it's not bad, I guess.
That would be In the Club by Conway Fitty.
If anybody could see, you have to look at a picture of Conway Fitty. I'm staring at it. It looks as if Mr. T and Gary Coleman had a baby. Is that not what it looks like over there? Holy smokes. It's your birthday.
Yeah.
It's your birthday. Conway.
50 Cent Conway Twitty AI collab. And it's just glorious.
They are enjoying it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug's landing strip asks, does anyone else feel really lonely during the commercial breaks? No? Oh, okay. That's Doug's landing strip.
Well, see if you can get through it. It's 3 minutes without us. See if you can bow your neck a little bit and just get through it.
It's a chance to get a whiz bang in, right, Jackson?
Absolutely. What's wrong? Why is your hat all askew?
Is it?
Oh, you Tilton?
Well, I was listening to Fitty.
This is the way you looked at me and it was making me giggle. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out.
to Fernando Rodney.
It did look like Fernando Rodney. Who would sit behind a potted plant? Did that happen
Doug,
once?
did Fernando Rodney sit behind a potted?
Wasn't there some
picture?
picture?
About 100 miles an hour.
I think there was a picture.
I think during one of the always competitive Rockies games at Coors Field, he decided to play hide and seek in the evergreens that are in the bullpen.
Right.
Oh, is that right?
And the cameras spotted him peeking out behind the foliage. Doug, that's a Colorado baseball experience. Nolan Arenado came from Colorado. We thought he might be going to Houston. It didn't wind up happening. Here is the perspective of Astros general manager Dana Brown with the side of the story from Houston, because now Astros fans want Arenado again because Christian Walker's got an oblique injury. And they're concerned that he might be out for a while. So now they're back on the Arenado thing. Here's Dana Brown of the Astros giving their side of the story to what happened in December.
This is from Foul Territory podcast.
If we have a need at a certain position, we're going to do our due diligence, and we're going to ask about players, and we're going to try to acquire certain players. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. And so, look, Arenado is an interesting player. He had a good career. He's probably on pace to become maybe a potential Hall of Famer. And so he's an interesting guy. And so we looked at multiple players that we thought would be a fit. And, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
I thought there was going to be a little more meat on the bone. I love you, Jack. You know I do.
Gosh, we all do.
But the line said takes us behind the scenes. I thought there was going to be a little more to that. Sorry. Did he not say a whole lot? I'm sorry.
He didn't.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Are you like, is this clickbait for the show? Like for Martin, Tim, and Doug to you're
It worked on me.
I saw the same thing. I went, this is going to be Astros GM Dana Brown gives a behind-the-scenes look at Houston's pursuit of Nolan Arenado. That was a great headline.
So there you read the description in full, but when I have a very brief warning on some other audio clips, that goes ignored. It seems selective. I would think it would be
was
wrong.
That behind the scenes, Tim?
As a producer of the show, it would be wrong if the Astros GM talked about Nolan Arenado in any capacity and I didn't have the audio of it.
Astros GM talks about Arenado's situation. Okay. Behind the scenes. I thought
that was the tweet that Foul Territory sent out. I just copied the link. I just copied.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be maybe a hot mic situation where someone picked up some audio he wasn't prepared to have recorded.
I would label it as such if it was a hot mic.
But he didn't seem too fascinated by Arenado, did he? Okay. He's a guy. He could be.
He also talked about how difficult it was trading Kyle Tucker. Now, that was one of the tougher things.
Was that behind the scenes?
I don't know.
Guys, you just have to accept that Jackson's getting better at teasing. That's from Cuckleberry Fizz.
Yes. You got us. Boom.
Martin, can you light Pale on fire with your next TKO? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
First, I have to roll out the Vaughn Index on TV. And then, tonight's Kilcoyne Opinion, we'll talk about the Pale.
Jackson, untuck your Adam's apple and stand up to that old D-bag. That's some diddles the piddles.
How does one untuck their Adam's apple?
I don't know how you do
that makes me the old D-bag,
I guess so. That's diddles the piddles. Usually Kwame Boyukas IV is coming after you.
Untuck your Adam's apple.
Untuck your
You can't
Adam's
control
apple.
the Adam's apple much.
Want
And
you to
what's down
man
there?
up.
There's this little bone in your neck there. Is that all that is?
I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
By the way, we did get an answer. KG gave me the answer. Loaded for bear does, in fact, go back to hunting a bear down. It's from the mid-1800s. The heavy charge of powder or lead that hunters would use for large animals like a bear. So that's a follow-up.
Doug, we have been followed up with. Mark Milton follows up, but the, what do you call him, the godforsaken taxman?
Yes. If he knocks on your door, you're going to want Mark Milton in your corner, and he'll be loaded for bear. You can count on that.
Yeah, you can.
Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments bothering you, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Mark Milton told me there's a surprisingly large number of people that just don't file taxes at all for whatever reason, and then a year or two down the road, the IRS, the godforsaken taxman, comes a-knocking, and, mister, you could be in some serious trouble. If that's the case, what you need to do is contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. How about his credentials? Well, he earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country. Got his law degree from St. Louis U. He lives and works right here in the St. Louis area now. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the country at what he does. He can get you out of deep doo-doo with the IRS. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their deep doo-doo problems. If you've got any kind of IRS issue,
he's really going.
I'm ad-libbing.
Oh.
Contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There you go, Mark Milton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. We've got some Cardinal television news this morning here in the St. Louis metropolitan area. The Cardinals are joining the Blues in returning some of their locally produced games to over-the-air television, announcing this morning that at least 10 games this season will be shown on KMOV.
Oh, Doug, way to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So are you doing play-by-play, kind of like when KPLR had them? Rich Gould would do the play-by-play.
I won't be doing play. I just put the deal together.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't do the play-by-play.
power broker.
I haven't got time for that. I can't stay awake for a 3-hour game now. Night games anyway.
Way to sell it.
It's going to be the first time since 2010, when KSDK had some Sunday games, that any Cardinal local telecast will be on free TV. This is going to be on Matrix Midwest, which is Channel 32. As a YouTube TV guy, I don't know if I get that. I haven't really looked, to be honest with you. I guess the games would still be on...
Just over the air. It'd be just over the air.
It's just going to be over there? I guess I better make sure I got it.
That too. It'll be on Spectrum. If you got cable, it's on there. It's a regular channel.
But is it a simulcast? I think with the Blues games on KMOV that they put on the Matrix, I think it's just on their
Is that right?
signal.
So even on my Amazon app, now I can't watch a damn thing?
I think this feels more like a simulcast, I believe.
So when the Blues played Winnipeg out of the Four Nations, that was a KMOV Midwest Matrix game.
I believe, yes, and not a simulcast with your typical FanDuel outlets.
Got it.
I believe that's correct, but I think these Cardinal games are on both outlets. I believe.
I think so. I think that's right.
So if you don't have any form of cable, you can see the game. Well,
just
you'd
over
have to
the
have...
air.
Kevin at the Lake says you don't get it, Tim. How about that?
Oh.
So we won't get it.
Maybe you need a little antenna that, one of these little flat antennas that you can plug into your TV and get over-the-air TV with that.
Tammy's little antenna. I like that.
Someone
Can
give
you
Tim
walk
an
in there
antenna.
today and ask for a little clarification and come back tomorrow and let us know?
I don't have a key even to get in the building because
What?
I haven't been there for 3.5 long years.
Tim, did you know that? Larry Connor said he was looking for you the other day.
Sports Sunday.
Yeah, he hadn't been there longer than me.
I'm on a...
Kevin at the Lake said it looks like one simulcast. Does that mean the others are simply on? I'm not sure. I do not have the story in front of me.
I am on a Reddit thread about YouTube TV and St. Louis specifically.
Yeah, thank you. This is nice.
It seems like other people are asking the same exact question you're asking, Tim. And it seems like it is not currently on YouTube TV, but there is a link to request a channel, like adding a channel to YouTube TV.
Midwest Matrix Channel 32.
Right. So I think people are requesting Google YouTube to add that channel to YouTube TV. But
well, and that's the game, right? That's what the Matrix is going to try and do, is you want people wanting your product.
100%.
So that's why you do these sports deals.
And it's available, like it would be in the YouTube TV umbrella because it's a local channel offered, over cable. That's what YouTube TV is trying to be instead of cable. So I would think that they would try to rectify that soon.
I am going to text a friend of the show, Anook, who was here last Friday.
Oh, yeah, good call.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, we're going to get the answer right here, Doug. We go to the newsmakers.
We sure do. We absolutely do.
I'll probably get I'm sorry, who is this and how did you get my number?
And if you could throw in something about the Navy caps.
Yeah, the Navy caps.
That'd be nice.
Kind of backed away when I said, are you worried about the Blues running down your Canucks? And he was like, you didn't really
he saw
back away from his Canuckdom.
He saw it coming. Ken Rosenthal, also on foul territory, was talking about the Braves and the monster profits the Braves had. Now, the Braves are one of the only teams that have to open their books because they're publicly traded. And so that led to Ken Rosenthal being asked about the possibility of other teams opening their books, even though they have no obligation to do so. Here is what Ken Rosenthal had to say on the precipice of what could be a work stoppage following the 26th season.
Will they ever open their books? Because we always hear is there ever going to be a salary cap? Will they ever open their books?
No. And I don't know that any privately held company in America is going to willingly open their books. And I guess you could say, well, if you wanted to make your argument better, if the owners wanted to really drive home their points and they could show that they were losing or not making as much, whatever the case might be, maybe that would be a motivation for them. But I don't believe they are losing or doing as poorly as maybe they would like us to believe. So why would you open your books and let everybody see the truth?
Well, I agree with everything that he said. Mm-hmm. Why would you? And they won't.
Right.
No, they won't.
And his point about
they're part of Liberty Media. That's the reason the Braves are, for the record.
To further argument, so that they can appease to guys on Twitter. Who cares about winning? Or proving your point. And if you're saying it, you say it. That's kind of that.
Well, the players' union's going to want to see it if they say that they have to have a salary cap.
Sure, but. When I hear open up books, I hear that to the public, not necessarily just to the players' union. Because I think that'd be one thing, but to the public at large, that'd be kind of surprising.
No.
Here's what we got. This is from the Sports Business Journal. Dug the story last week. In 2024, the Braves saw 2% year-over-year growth in baseball revenue, $595 million. And 14% year-over-year growth in mixed-use development revenue, $67 million, according to a Q4 earnings call on Wednesday. The Braves had 8.7 million visitors to the Battery Atlanta in 2024, generating $130 million in retail revenue for their tenants, and that's according to the Braves Development Company President and CEO Mike Plant. Visitors averaged 2.4 trips and 165 minutes per visit. A New Year's Eve celebration hosted over 46,000 visitors in the Battery. They are in a unique spot in Atlanta because since 1996, the franchise has played in 3 stadiums. They played in Fulton County Stadium, Turner Stadium, and now what was SunTrust and now is Truist Stadium. And they moved from downtown Atlanta, where Fulton County Stadium were and Turner Field were, to where the population center is located, and so far it has been working for the Atlanta Braves. They are nearing the completion of a 250,000 square foot 5-ballpark center, which will serve as the national headquarters for Truist Securities, and it features a 42,000 square foot trading floor and will also accommodate roughly 1,000 new employees at the campus. So they are really in the mixed use business. So there is an indication of the kind of revenue they're doing. One of the only teams in baseball you're going to get that information.
Well, because I think Cardinal fans would love to know what's the math at Ballpark Village, and how does that affect And I think the Cardinals have stated that that's separate, but people would like to know if that's a huge moneymaker, which is connected to the stadium, does that affect payroll, or is that a totally separate deal?
And on the television front, which is something we have certainly spent a lot of time talking about, and the Cardinals then started talking about it in that press conference this past October. The Braves also saw a 3% increase in broadcasting revenue, $166 million in 2024. CEO Derek Schiller feels the team remains in a strong position due to its re-engineered deal with Main Street, formerly Diamond Sports Group, which added streaming opportunities to increase reach in its TV territory via FanDuel Sports Network. The Braves will also have 10 spring training and 15 regular season games broadcast free over the air via Gray Media. Gray Media owns KMOV, correct?
Yes.
And we just had that news regarding the Cardinals and them having 10 games over the air this year. Regarding the uncertainty of MLB's media future, Braves owner Terry McGurk responded, the ESPN MLB breakup is getting really outsized public scrutiny. I really think that from a Brave standpoint, this is a non-event. It will have no effect whatsoever on our economics. Obviously, MLB has had its own comments on this, but I would just make the observation that I think the market is going to be surprised at the enthusiasm and uptake on the interest in these sets of rights that are coming available for next year. I know that the interest is very strong, and I'm sure you'll hear more from Rob Manfred on this in the coming weeks. So they are not concerned about the television situation in Atlanta.
No, I guess one thing that's happened in recent years is that TV stations all put out multiple signals now. It used to be Channel 4 was just Channel 4. But now in the digital age, there's 4.1 and there's 4.2, and all the stations have that. So there's more possibilities for a sports team to partner with a local station and deal with them rather than have to deal with cable.
Is there a loop Best of Doug on one of those channels?
No,
It's just all day long Best of Doug?
Should be if there isn't.
Okay.
I'd watch it.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
That's the sort of content that you would get, and I think there's a lot of demand out there for that.
I do like the fact teams are saying if there's a way to get our product in front of people for free, let's do it. Whereas, 10, 15 years ago, everything was going to be a subscription or a paid service. I think the Cardinals are smart. Hey, if we can get more people willing to watch or interested in watching, let's do it.
Yeah, and not have to pay a huge fee to somebody to do it. TV is like radio now. We were on HD2. Radio stations have multiple stations as well.
Yeah. The games will also be on FanDuel Sports Network. That's what I'm reading.
So they
will be. Outstanding.
Yeah. Okay, so the Cardinal games are simulcast.
Here you go.
Great.
The first contest in the package is set for April 11th when they play Philly. Telecast will air on cable's FanDuel Sports Network, which produces them and remains the team's anchor telecaster. That's unlike the 3 over-the-air Blues games this season, which were not on FanDuel.
That's what I thought. So the hockey games were not.
Shout out to Jeffrey Burkett for sending me that from the physical newspaper. He sent me that.
Physical newspaper.
Well, so that's good. So more people will get to watch these than ever before.
Can I ask one more clarification? So the simulcast, which means it's on FanDuel, but it's also available, is KMOV putting them on Channel 4 or on the Matrix?
I believe the Matrix.
For the Cardinal games. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of the network contracts, too, to show CBS primetime programming.
Right.
It's hard to skip over that. It really takes a major event to.
You got Ellery Queen on Thursday nights. You
I don't
can't
know what
bump
they have.
that.
I don't know.
Was there
what
ever
they
a
have.
sports story?
Murder, She Wrote, Tim. You can't bump that.
Yeah, Angela Lansbury has always been a really difficult negotiator. Brad Underwood is going to join us coming up here at 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland in studio, and he is quoted this morning in the Toronto Star. At least his Twitter feed is, regarding the Leafs and Braden Shen. That's what they're monitoring up in Toronto right now. They think that is a perfect fit. We'll see what Andy has to say. He's going to be in studio with us. Taylor Twellman at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day coming your way at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. Brad Underwood, head coach of ILL. And there may be some news that Illinois fans are going to want to hear from him regarding the health of one of their players. We'll have that for you coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and the Michelob Ultra TMA YouTube channel.
What a treat. You go to autoloanpro.com. You'll see our buddy Robert Thomas, the Red Out Robert Thomas, is on the website, as well as that free playbook. Go online, download the free playbook, understand better how the credit industry works, how they create that credit score. It's going to help you buy a better car every time out. If you're in the market for a new car, not sure what you can afford, what you're going to be approved for, they're going to get you into a car for little or no money down. Going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro is working with over 50 different lenders to get you the very best financing. When you're finding a car and financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Online, autoloanpro.com for your next car. Have the pros help you do it right. It's a large purchase. It can get complicated. They'll simplify the process and also educate you about the credit industry. All of that, one site, autoloanpro.com, the free playbook. Robert Thomas, you see the commercials during the Blues games. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night, off today, back in action tomorrow against the Anaheim Ducks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, does this make you want it?
Well, I'm a Missouri guy, so I don't really
get out.
You know,
Jackson couldn't believe what he just heard.
Once Mizzou gets knocked out, I can root for the Illini, but you know, until I can't turn my back on my alma
Brad
mater.
Underwood was on hold.
He just
I would
dropped.
imagine he has dropped and is turning his attention to another station after hearing that. But I will attempt to bring on the head coach of the Fighting Illini right now and see if he's still there. Coach, he's still there after Doug's unfortunate comment.
It is amazing how I had to listen to that.
No, I couldn't be sorry. I could not be sorry.
Clip that off. Yeah, very unfortunate, Doug. I appreciate the apology. Okay. Coach, thanks for joining us this morning.
It's great to be here, guys. Smart.
Looking forward to talking it over, and let's start here. I can imagine that it was a low point when you guys dealt with the Duke game on February 22nd, but as you mentioned in your post-game comments, you have really liked the way your team has responded to that with 2 20-point victories since then. Sometimes games like that can be a moment of reckoning for a team. And have you seen that coming from your players?
Well, it's all about perspective. And it was 40 minutes. It was really the perfect storm. We were about as beat up and as unhealthy and really at the end of a stretch where we'd had so many guys out. We've missed so many total games with key players and just hadn't got to practice and hadn't gotten to make changes. And it was the perfect storm. We got great shots. We couldn't make one. They made them. And 40 minutes later, you're eating humble pie. But I've said all along, we've got really, really high character guys. 12 hours after we got home, we were on the practice court. We decided to make a lot of changes to some things that we had been trying to do for months and just couldn't because of not being healthy. And all of a sudden, these guys bought in, and, you know, it's a 20-point win against Iowa, and we go on the road and beat a really good ranked Michigan team. And you know, it's all a tribute to our guys and their ability to handle a little adversity and bounce back.
Illinois head coach Brad Underwood, our guest here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. You can watch the conversation as well on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Coach, here within the last hour, John Rothstein tweeting out that per Brad Underwood, Illinois big man Morez Johnson is out of a cast. No timetable set on his return, but there should be more of a firm update in the next few days. Certainly want to get your update on what you can tell us regarding that, and then the overall situation for the team's health, both from an injury standpoint, but you guys also were battling some illness throughout the course of the last few weeks as well.
Yeah, the last 6-7 weeks have been really tough. We've, you know, Thomas Slavovicic, our center, dealt with mono, comes back from that. The game he comes back, he blows out his ankle, is not practicing, trying to play in games, and then just gets wiped out with a really bad case of the flu and lost 12 pounds. And the flu for us this year was the 4-day variety. And it just wiped us out, from Trey White to Draven Gibbs to Will Riley. We had 7 guys with it, and so we couldn't practice. It was really hard just to get better. Morez goes down in the Michigan State game, takes the fall, finishes playing with a broken wrist. So he is out of a cast and working his way back into things. He won't play tomorrow. But you know, hopefully as things progress and the scans come back, that hopefully in a positive way, we've got him for postseason play.
Coach, I look at your schedule. You know about the Big Ten, and then you've got Missouri every year. You played Tennessee at home. You did the Duke game, and I know you're probably in on it with Josh, but tell me the motivation there. It's great for fans. You're playing big games. I think as a coach, you look up, you're in the middle of the Big Ten, like, holy crap, we got Duke this weekend. I mean, tell me about the mindset to schedule this tough.
Yeah, I don't think kids want to play, and I don't think fans want to watch. And I don't know if there's very much to gain other than getting a win. I think there's, sometimes you're going to play a team that's, in the bottom 300. What good does that do you? You sit in the locker room, you're not stressed. You've got a pretty good idea. You got better players. And at the end of the day, we don't play any game that matters like that. I always say, ask Andy Reid if he had any easy games this year. And pros, and you can go to, any NHL team or any NBA team. They're all hard games. And I think our players want to play in those. I think we've got a chance. I think we'll have as many quad 1 and quad 2 games as anybody in the country. I think tied with Auburn. But I think it's the way the game should be played, and kids challenged, and it helps prepare you. And it is tough when you go through a sickness and injuries like we've had, but that's all right. It's part of dealing with life, is dealing with a little adversity.
How do you guys find a KJ? I know there's recruiting services and all that, but here's a kid who comes in. We could barely say his name, and all of a sudden we're thinking, oh, he's a lottery pick. I mean, he exploded onto the scene. There's going to be lulls when you're a young guy, but I'm curious how you even identify a player like Yekachonis.
Yeah, we've been in Europe for years, and the basketball world's pretty small. When there's a good player, and it gets talked about a lot, and so we've seen Kasparis for over 2 years. We've got a staff member that's usually in Europe, not quite every month, but pretty close. We're hitting all the world championships, all the big tournaments. So that's a big part of what we do in the recruiting game here, and it's been very, very beneficial for us.
You said earlier that you needed to make some changes to get things turned around. Can you tell us what those changes were?
Yeah, we just like Tomislav Ivicic is our quarterback. He's when you're a big, you've got to handle ball screen coverages, probably 40 to 50 times a night in a game, and he's so cerebral. He's so smart. Your point guards have to be great listeners because they've got to hear the calls. But we made some ball screen coverage changes. We quit switching as much. It's been a deal that we've made a few other slight changes and coverages to some off-ball things. But you just can't make those when you don't have your quarterback. And Tomislav had 3 practices in a 5-week span. And without him, it was very hard to do that. Then Merez goes down. So we just had to kind of fight through what we were doing. And we became very vanilla and very plain and very predictable, to be honest. And so the changes have helped us.
For the record, Illinois, 9th strength of schedule in the country. A lot of SEC teams because they're playing each other, but that's the top Big Ten team in terms of strength of schedule. Coach, I know when you took the job, you said you had spent, more than a decade as an assistant at Western Illinois. You always looked at the job in Champaign and said, that's a great job. It should be a perennial power. And now that you're in your 8th year, just tell me the appreciation you have for that program. And with the day you got there, I think we could tell you thought of that as a destination job. How has it lived up to those early expectations?
Well, in every facet, it's been incredible. I say this all the time: coaches win games, administrations win championships. Chancellor Jones here at the university has been incredible. He's been here the whole time. He's actually leaving to go to the University of Washington. Josh has been absolutely fabulous. So we've had consistency in our leadership. From a facility standpoint, we're in an incredible spot, new practice facility that's second to none. We've just made it. We sell out every game. I think we've been number one in the Big Ten for 3 years in a row now, and revenue. So it's a lot of positives, and the fan base is second to none here, and so passionate. So it's just lived up to everything that I thought it would be. And now we've got to go chase that national championship, and that's what we do every single day.
Boy, just to think, Tim, Doug, we were probably at the Red Ox in Macomb or at the Purple Pride. Coach might have been like at the booth over all those years. We were up there covering the Rammies. It could have been. I can't. That's a Red Ox, Purple Pride. I think I tapped out my Macomb knowledge right there.
Well, if you were at the Red Ox now, you were eating at the best spot in town.
Yep.
And there was a little Aurelio's Pizza downtown. And the Purple Pride, there was the little sports bar on the corner. It was a town of really good golf as well. The golf courses there were great. So 10 years plus, and loved my time there, and really cut my teeth in the business at Western.
Coach, this is a hard-hitting show, so we need to know Purdue Friday night on Fox. Purdue last home game. Is that an orange coat game? How do you know when to roll out the old orange sport coat?
It's a feel. And the thing is, I usually never tell when I'm going to wear it.
Okay. But nobody's really listening right now. If you wanted to,
this is essentially a Zoom call.
Just us three.
So, there's special occasions, and we've got a senior day today banquet that a group in town throws. So, you just never know when you're going to show up and see the orange sports coat.
All right. So it sounds like, Tim, you need to watch Fox 2 tomorrow night to find out. I think. I regret, Coach, we don't have enough time to get into some Ed Neely stories, because that was always my role model as kind of a doughy white guy who could kind of score, Doug, when I was in 8th, 9th grade. But
pretty good player. That
was my bar. That was and that was Coach's teammate back in the day.
Man, what a great player! What a great player, man. Could that guy play?
I think I said to Coach, Ed Neely looked like the guys at K-State. I said he'd play Mizzou. He said he looked like he had a few beers the night before, but then he went out and scored 25. And Coach said, "You're dead on."
That's a good read, bud.
There was probably no doubt about that, and you were going to get your butt kicked, and you were going to try to block him out, and you couldn't, and he was going to make about every 17-footer he looked at. So yeah, he was a special player.
What kind of player were you back in the day?
Not good.
Clip that off.
I was the overachieving guy that got picked on in practice, and I've said this many times. I was the best help defender that ever played the game. As soon as my guy caught the ball, I just started screaming help because I needed it.
Brad Underwood, our guest here on TMA. Illini taking on Purdue tomorrow night, and then getting ready for the Big Ten tournament. Coach, great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
You bet. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. That's Brad Underwood with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. A win away from the Final Four last year, and only brought back, if I'm not mistaken, one scholarship player from that team last year. And that's a high upside team, Doug. If you're looking for a value play,
nobody wants to play him.
When you start to put together your tournament bracket, I know you always fill out 54 tournament brackets, and I think you put Illinois at a Final Four in 52 of them.
I haven't filled out a bracket yet this year, even though you claim that the brackets have already been out and
Joe
released.
Lenardi does, not me.
Yeah,
Joe
I'm going to
Lenardi
wait
does.
until the brackets are chosen, until at least we know who's in the darn tournament. But Illinois will be there.
I feel like he's going orange coat tomorrow, but didn't want to say it.
I think it's superstition. I think that's a great read on your part, Martin.
And then we pushed a little bit. He just didn't want to say it. God, I remember that Red Ox in Macomb. There was the one nice restaurant, and you'd go in there, and Hannafin would be like a booth over, still smoking illegally, having like a vodka tonic, talking about the O-line.
There wasn't a lot of nightlife there in Macomb. Not a great
There was just a
party
little town square.
Yeah. I'm sure if you're a student there, you stayed right there like Plowsy.
Plowhawk.
Joe Roderick, a couple of Hall of Famers.
That's right.
Yeah. But just for the regular townsfolk, the townies, it didn't seem like there was a whole lot to do.
That townies. Great to have Coach Underwood on with us. I think Illinois is a team that could go on a run. Looks like they've gotten healthy, and they have gotten it right. And oddly enough, it came after just getting blown off the floor against Duke, and then 2 20-point wins. I think Michigan had won like 8 of 9 or 9 of 10, and then
they're
go beat
now.
them. You're short in your Michigan stock?
I think they've lost 3 out of the last 5. They just lost last night.
And 2 20-point wins. So
you don't know what tape to watch on Illinois, because if you watch one from like the last month, I don't think that's indicative of what the team looks like right now.
Jackson's going to line it up with another Missouri take.
Well, I think you probably watch.
Yeah, unfortunately,
when you're getting ready, you watch the team the last couple games because that's who they are.
Right, but I'm saying that might have, the last couple games is Michigan, Iowa, and then Duke. The Duke game, Illinois does not look like the same team that went out there on the floor against Duke.
Well, then don't watch that one.
Yeah, all right. But I'd like to coach against you.
Watch the last 2. I guess you really are who you are right at the moment because players come and players go. They get hurt. They get sick.
Yes?
Yes, players.
Pliers?
Yeah, it doesn't do much good to watch tape from, 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, because a lot of teams are vastly different.
I'll watch your tape.
From now or a couple months ago?
I don't know. Your hair was different.
Got great hair now.
I've got the same hair that I had 2 months ago.
Martin, you and Kwame Boyukas the fourth are going to fight, just like Doug's fighting Steven time at wedding tackle. And he wrote this in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I'll be honest. I always thought Underwood was a smug a-hole. I still think that, but that was a decent interview. B- guest booking by Martin. That's from Kwame. So is that a peace offering?
I don't know.
Of sorts, a B-. Considering my college transcripts, I'll take the B- and run with it.
I think you're like the bookmaster general.
I think Underwood is... He comes, especially with the scowl, and he told me a story once that Kofi Coburn did the imitation of the scowl at practice for the team, and like he would laugh about it.
Oh, yeah.
I think he comes off like he is just kind of this sideline SOB, but I think he's actually kind of fun and likable when you talk to him.
Based on his interviews or anytime he does like anything in media, it seems like he can turn on and off coach mode. Like when he's on the sideline, obviously coach mode is super on, but then when he's done with that, he seems like a very genuine, kind of approachable guy. I've always liked Brett Underwood. He's kind of the exact kind of guy you want your kid to play for.
What kind of player were you, Coach? Not good?
It was a very direct and quick answer. Andy Strickland is in the building.
He's in the lobby, in fact, texting me, is anyone going to let me in? This is a tight ship that we run here.
Yelling at us.
So he is going to be with us in the next segment. He's quoted in the Toronto Star this morning regarding the Braden Shen situation. Leafs fans want to see Braden Shen wearing that maple leaf here in the next 24 or so hours. So Andy Strickland will give us his perspective on the deadline. In studio, Taylor Twellman at 10:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. And the program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222. 314. See if you heard. See if you were paying attention.
Okay.
What do you think their phone number is?
222-2222.
That's it. You were paying attention.
Okay.
BrownandCrouppen.com, presenting sponsor of TMA. I had Andy Crouppen in studio this past week and talked it over with him. Andy Strickland just walking on in. BrownandCrouppen.com. Yeah, we're on. But it doesn't matter. You're always, you can start talking.
Ours is a type of show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Any moment. So if you're in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen service, don't you want somebody who's local, been doing it in St. Louis since 1979? That's Brown and Crouppen. That's Ed Herman. That's Andy Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen. BrownandCrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Andy Strickland joining us in studio already. He's going to be with us next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
Gonna be on there twice. Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that comeback, sell my soul.
Doug, you like this one still?
Yeah, I still do.
Andy, do you believe if we can just get hot, we can win this, baby? That's what Doug's telling the people.
What sport are we talking about?
Hockey.
Oh, yeah.
You're
listen.
here. What the hell else would we be talking about?
He came in here and he went after the Missouri Tigers, and Jackson was on his heels. It was unbelievable to watch, Martin.
I mean, Arthur Johnson,
Ricky Paulding,
Keon
Kareem Rush,
Dooling,
Keon
everybody,
Dooling,
they all
Clarence
got to
Gilbert.
be throwing things at the TV last night. Just the inability to protect the rim. And to defend. You can't give up 90-plus points every single night. But the Blues, yeah, listen, they're getting hot, and they're feeling good about themselves. It's interesting because the trade deadline's Friday, so everyone's obviously focused on that. But
You think we would? You didn't think we knew that, didn't you?
No, well, I knew you knew
Andy's
that.
like, the trade deadline's Friday, and he's looking around at us. Like, you probably,
I knew you knew that.
didn't know.
I knew you knew that. But I mean, if I'm Doug Armstrong, I mean, what do you do? I mean, I wouldn't do too much. I mean, they're feeling it right now. Bennington's playing on top of his game. They just look like they've got some type of shift-to-shift chemistry. You know, like their third, fourth line, like that Sundquist line with Matthew Joseph and Bolduc. They're playing some good hockey right now. So I wouldn't do too much, you know, unless we see some unforeseen hockey trade where somebody's coming back the other way.
Don't say hockey trade.
What was wrong with
it? Of course it's a hockey trade. It's a hockey team.
No,
I've
hockey
actually
trade,
heard this clarification. It actually makes sense.
I have too, but I don't like it.
Let me clarify, Doug. Okay, I'm just saying hockey trade meaning like not getting like a draft pick or a prospect that's not going to help the team now. I mean getting somebody back in return who's under contract moving forward beyond this season. Hockey
That's
trade.
a hockey trade.
Do you now accept it?
But what other type of trade would there be if not a hockey trade?
So, Strick, this all started with a text yesterday. I just said, what's your gut on Shen? Is he getting moved or not? And you said, Gretzky got traded. Anything can happen. And I was like, that's not what I was asking.
But you know what? Listen, it drives me crazy when people say that to me all the time, too, because Gretzky got traded from Edmonton to L.A. because his wife was a Hollywood actress. Edmonton was hemorrhaging money, and he kind of orchestrated that deal. And they paid a bunch of cash to get him out of Edmonton. And then, obviously, you know, coming here with his wife having a connection to St. Louis, Brett Hall and Mike Keenan orchestrating that deal. But, you know, Shen, listen, Doug Armstrong, he's telling the Shen camp that he's not actively trying to trade him. But a team's call, then obviously he's taking their calls. I'm sure he's making some phone calls, too, to some other teams and trying to see what he could get for him. But, you know, Shen makes $6.5 million, and he's under contract for 3 more seasons. He's 33. It's not an easy deal. That would be a hockey trade, Doug. If they move on from Shen, you got to get somebody in return. I think that can help the team not only now, but obviously moving forward. The last trade deadline deals that we've seen, like when the Blues were 3 points out and they move on from O'Reilly and Tarasenko and, Barbashev and Paul Stastny, even going back to the year before they won the Cup, I don't think the pressure was nearly as high for the Blues to get into the playoffs as it is now. They've missed the playoffs the last 2 years. They don't want to make it 3 in a row. It's not sustainable for a mid-market franchise to just miss the playoffs every year. So 1 point out, listen, I think the mentality's got to be a little bit different than maybe what we've seen before.
So Shen would not be a salary dump. They wouldn't do it just to get rid of those next 3 years.
No, and listen, Ryan Suter, who obviously doesn't have a contract next season, and he's 40 years old, so people can have their opinion what to do with that, but I mean, this guy's raving about Braden Shen as a captain, talking about he's one of the nicest people that he's ever met in his entire career and what he's meant to he and his family and what he's done for he and his family. I was talking to Tyler Tucker the other day when he signed his contract extension. I said, who's the one player that has had the biggest influence on you and that's like taking you under your wing since you got here? And I thought he was going to say like a defenseman,
Yeah.
And he's like Braden Shen. This guy, he takes me and Jake out all the time, has us over to his house all the time, kids' birthday parties. So this guy's, I think, way more important inside the room in terms of what he means to the rest of the team than maybe people realize.
Especially for a team that doesn't have a lot of dynamic leadership or a lot of strong, like outgoing personalities. Yeah. It would be hard to, in addition to being your captain, I think it would be hard to remove that personality from that room, because then I think all of a sudden we go back to something that I think was an issue, a room that's a little too quiet. So all of a sudden that leadership quotient would take a big hit as well.
Yeah. But like they're really close. Like it's a close-knit group too. But I agree with what you're saying. I mean, Parayko's a leader, but he's not a loud vocal leader. You know, he kind of does it by example on the ice. Thomas, probably a similar type player. Falk, very similar. Letty, these veteran guys that have played over 1,000 games.
Low-key.
Fowler, super low-key. So, no, I would agree. But Shen, and he's not the most vocal guy either. I mean, listen, he can get guys going, but he's kind of that glue guy, Doug, that kind of keeps everybody together.
Okay, all right. Now, if they were to make a trade, I don't know if it'd be a hockey trade or a football trade, basketball trade, what kind of trade they would make.
Yeah.
What would they be looking to pick up? What would they want to add right
I
now?
think a center or a defenseman. I think those are the two areas that I think they would look at. I mean, if you look at the organization, Doug, and I know you know the prospect depth that they have inside the organization
they've
right
got
now.
good prospect depth.
But most of them are forwards. They don't have a whole lot of defensemen coming up. You've got a couple guys down there right now. Leo Loof, his best name in hockey. He's a Swede. I don't know what his future is here as an NHL player. They've got the Michael Bushinger kid who they drafted a couple years ago. But outside of those two players, really down there in the minors right now, there's nobody that you would look at. Matt Kessel's played a bunch of games up here who you'd say, hey, this guy can really help us now. And, you know, they've got the Lindstein, the Swede who they drafted in the first round a couple years ago. He'll be here at some point over the next couple of years. But I think in terms of, you know, maybe adding some pieces that'll help you now. I think you look at defense and you look at the center position because you got some expiring contracts. You've got Sundqvist, you've got Foxa. I think they want to get a little quicker in their bottom six if they can. Although they may choose to re-sign Foxa and bring him back. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Andy Strickland in studio with us here talking Blues trade deadline. Andy quoted today in the Toronto Star. I'll read that, and we will converse about the situation with the possibility of a Leafs reunion for Braden Shen. They're certainly monitoring your Twitter feed in Toronto, Andy. That's what they're doing. We'll talk about that coming up. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, and Andy Strickland in studio with us here on 101 ESPN. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you can watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, you put in your request.
Yeah. We're hearing Gloria, Andy. I know you don't have headphones in, but we're hearing Gloria.
Was that your request?
Well, yeah, I think they should play it still after every win. I don't know why they gave up on that. That was fantastic. Everybody loved it.
What do you think of Country Roads?
I haven't heard that this year.
I don't think they do that this year.
No.
They stopped
this year.
But they continue. I kind of miss that a little bit, although I hear it at a lot of different sporting events now. I thought that was like a blues thing, but quickly realized that it's every team from every sport plays Country Roads. But I don't know. Anything that brings that back a little bit of 2019 nostalgia, I'm all for it.
Yeah, puts you in a good headspace. Andy Strickland's in with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Also, you can watch the conversation. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Martin has sacrificed his camera, so Andy Strickland can be on.
Are you not on camera right now?
No, look at it. It's right up there on that monitor. There you go.
Slide on in, Marty.
I'm in the background. Bombing Jackie.
Yeah, Jackson's camera.
Was I supposed to go to that, Mike?
No, you're fine. Fine. What, you got a Lululemon today? What are you wearing?
I like that Howie's hat.
You like the Howie's hat?
I saw it with you and Cam on the podcast, and I like that hat.
Howie's, it's like
live read coming. I sense it.
They make like hockey tape and stuff like that, Doug.
Hockey tape?
Yeah, laces. Wax.
Okay.
Yeah, you know that. How's your little guy doing?
He loves skating,
Does
man.
he?
He did, but yeah, I mean,
I didn't see him out there at 7 o'clock this morning. I didn't see him this morning for the preschool skate.
I can't skate. When did you get your kids playing?
The womb.
He started like organized hockey. He was playing at 4 years old,
Is that right? There was a 3-year-old on my son's team last year. A 3-year-old.
But my kid wasn't that kid who just like some of these guys are like, all right, just put the skates on him, and he just started skating. It's like, no, it was like it was like the worst, most painful thing I've ever experienced. Really? Like teaching my kid how to skate took a little while.
See, I can't skate, so I can't do it. But those little lessons up at the rinks, you know.
But he always wanted to go back. That was the thing. He loved it.
You can't teach that. That's the name of the game.
Strickland hockey knowledge is pretty in depth. My son Carson, like in 4th or 5th grade, one of his buddies is playing hockey, and I mentioned and Strick's like, "Oh yeah, left wing, can play a little bit in the middle." I'm like, "He's in 4th grade."
Hey, we're looking. We're always looking for more scouting. But no, he's loving it now, and now he's just full throttle. They just got back from Pittsburgh. They had a tournament in Pittsburgh this past weekend. They were in Toronto. They're going back to Toronto.
How old is he?
He's 8.
Holy crap!
Yeah, so he'll be 9 in
It's
May.
expensive, doesn't it? All that travel?
It's not cheap.
No,
I know.
So he's wearing a hat that's sponsored.
Did you try to do the Canadian thing and time the conception so he'd be born in January? I didn't know anything about this until I got.
I did with my daughter.
Look at the look on Jackson's face. Is not a hockey guy. I didn't know anything about this till a couple of years ago. You know what I'm talking
about.
Yes.
Oh, of course. If you're like, because it's by birth years, so the kids who are born in January have a huge advantage over the kids that were born in December. Although Matthew Tkachuk was born in December. So, like, he's kind of, like, squashed that theory. My daughter is in early January, and, she plays soccer, and they do it by birth year, too. So, I think there's some truth to it. When are you born, Marty?
March.
St. Patrick's Day. He's a good Mick, huh?
He's coming around the corner.
Yeah. You'd be in a small market if you were born in, like, December. See?
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's how it happens. That's how it happens.
Works that way in this crap industry, too.
How about a text? Is it the Warson Woods Whack? I said he loves Strick because he went to NAU.
As I did.
That's what Strick
that's right.
I worked in Flagstaff. Andy went to school in Flagstaff.
Fiddlesticks. That's your favorite
Granny's.
restaurant.
We can drop some.
That's so
you got to do Macomb restaurants with Coach Underwood earlier?
Yeah.
And now Flagstaff restaurants with Andy Strickland. Big Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Earlier in the program, Jimmy the Cat Hayes with us. In the 7 o'clock hour, Bernie Federko. In the 8 o'clock hour, Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock. And Andy Strickland now with us here in the 9 o'clock hour. Taylor Twellman coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day before BK and Ferrario take things over. So, Andy, I was telling you, I was reading the Toronto Star this morning, and there you are. You're quoted in the Toronto Star. Your Twitter feed is regarding Braden Shen. There is a lot of interest in Toronto seeing the Leafs getting Braden Shen. What can you give this audience about that situation?
I think Doug Armstrong has set the bar so high that if you're willing to meet it, then I think he's willing to go to Braden Shen and ask him if he would be willing to waive his no-trade clause, which I don't think I pointed out in the previous segment, that he's got a no-trade clause and he has no interest in waiving it. Unless it's a situation. I think Toronto would maybe interest him, because they're truly a cup contender. There's some familiarity, obviously, with Chief and Mike Van Ryn being there, and I'm sure he knows some other players on the roster from Toronto. Vegas is a team that I've always paid attention to in connection with Shen because, the general manager there, Kelly McKernan, was his head coach and junior for 3 seasons. Every time Vegas comes into town, Braden Shen's going to hang out with him in the stands after practice, or he's waiting for Braden outside the Blues dressing room. So they've always had a real tight relationship. Vegas wants everybody anyway. They go out and get everybody every year. So this one wouldn't be as easy. Like, they'd have to move somebody off of the roster, and that's what I mean when I say if the Blues were to trade Braden Shen, immediately they're looking to replace Braden Shen. So they would need a player back in return that can be a part of things moving forward. Hockey trade.
I see.
Yeah.
If this team faced Winnipeg, which would be, if you're the 8th, that's going to be the top seed. How do you like that? I feel like they've played Winnipeg historically, but also this year fairly well.
It's a different Winnipeg team than what we've seen before, but because they've been so good. But I don't think the Blues, and I'm not going to pretend these are my own words. Somebody with the organization had said this to me a few days ago. Like, they're not afraid of anybody for whatever reason. They've got this group of young players with Holloway and with Broberg, in terms of what they've kind of added to the group, in addition to the way Thomas and Kyrou and all these guys, Federko, the way they go about their business. I don't think they would be intimidated. You look at Connor Hellebuck, there'd be all these question marks coming into that playoff series because he's never shown the ability to get it done in the playoffs. He's always kind of crumbled a little bit in the playoffs. They're waiting for him to, kind of show the same game that he brings to the table in the regular season to see if it'll translate into the playoffs. But, yeah, nobody would want to volunteer to play that team because they bring a little bit of everything. They've got size, physicality, they score. They've been the best team in the league all season from start to finish. But, if you finish 8th and you get in, I think the Blues would take that and take on that opportunity to play them. We just saw Jaden Shorts was just here. No one gave the Blues an opportunity or a chance to win that series back in 2019 either, when they went into Winnipeg and stole games 1 and 2. So, I don't know. It wouldn't be easy, but I think they would take their chances at it.
If you can just get hot,
yeah,
you can win the baby.
Hey.
Getting back to Braden Shen for a moment, if I was a captain of a team that really got turned around and really playing well and just a point out of the playoffs, and then they came up and said, do you mind if we trade you? I'd be pretty upset. You think he is? Just to even hear his name thrown around like that?
I don't think he loves it. But at the same time, he's played over 1,000 games. I think he kind of gets it. He's been traded before, twice. His brother's been traded a bunch. He's seen a bunch of guys here get moved, including a couple of captains. Alex Pietrangelo got moved. Ryan O'Reilly got moved. Those are the last 2 captains they've had before Braden Shen. So I think, you can't allow yourself to get upset about it because it's cliche, but it's got to be true that it's just kind of the business side of things. If you
and he has the trump card, though. It's all said and done.
And if you're not going to make the playoffs, that's what happens. But the mindset has to have changed a little bit. Nothing crazy to where all of a sudden I would consider the Blues some crazy buyer here at the deadline. But I interviewed Doug Armstrong when they came out of the Four Nations break. They were 7 points out. No one saw this coming, where all of a sudden, within a matter of a week or two, they would find themselves 1 point out. But I think at that stage, anybody who had an expiring contract, in addition to other players who have term left on their deal, whether it's Leddy or Falk or Shen or whoever, I think all these guys were into play. But 1 point out, having missed the playoffs the last couple of years, you got to give this team an opportunity or a chance. You fired your coach earlier in the season. You brought on Jim Montgomery. You gave him a 5-year contract extension. I know you have to think long term, but the way they're playing right now, they're 1 point out. I think you got to give this team a chance to see what they can do if they can get in.
Don't you think Tom Stillman, you know him well, is probably a little antsy, we got to get back to the postseason, our fan base, and even though Army could say to him, hey, listen, I'm worried about the future of this organization, that's all I have to, I think if I'm Stillman, I'd still say, yeah, I know, but I can't throw this year away. I just can't do it.
And I think, Doug Armstrong, I think he said it publicly coming into the season that he thought this team was good enough to make the playoffs. I think that was the mindset internally. I don't think they thought that they were a Stanley Cup contender or they were, capable of, winning the division or anything like that. But I think they felt like if you were to tell anybody inside the Blues organization, Doug Armstrong or Tom Stillman, that here on, February 6th or March 6th, that the team would be 1 point out of the playoffs, I don't think anybody would be overly shocked. And I think they would take that. You know, you just want to make sure you're playing meaningful games down the stretch, getting into April, that they mean something. And the Blues have put themselves in that position. I don't think how they're playing right now is a fluke. I think they're playing up to their expectation and their capability. They've got really good players. We saw that at the Four Nations. They've got an elite goaltender. They've got a true number one defenseman right now in Colton Parayko. Thomas has an 11-game scoring streak. He's carrying you right now offensively. They've got depth. They look heavy. They look quicker. I just think they're a good team. I'm not going to make any type of crazy predictions in terms of what they could do if they got into the playoffs, but I certainly think they're good enough to get in when you compare them side by side to Calgary and Vancouver, Utah, some of these other teams that they're competing with for that final spot.
You think Binnington sort of knew people were down on him, or that the rest of the league was like, he's kind of trending down? Because he's always kind of got a little bit of an edge. Do you think that playing in that Four Nations kind of also stoked him a little bit?
No doubt. And it's further proof that I don't think a lot of people who cover the team on a national scale watch the Blues play. Because even when they're losing games, I mean, this guy typically is your best player game in and game out, even when they lose. I know he had a little bit of a rough stretch maybe for a few weeks prior to the Four Nations, but he was great before that, and now he's rediscovered it. I think being on the ice with all those guys and being in the dressing room with Crosby and McDavid and McKernan and McCarr and all these great, generational players, and then to win it in his home country, be the best player on the ice in the final game. I mean, how does that not give you confidence? I mean, and now it's carried over, obviously, in terms of how he's playing since the Four Nations tournament. I think that was huge for him. I think it was huge for Colton Parayko to be on the ice and watch how those guys play. I mean, look at how aggressive he is right now on the offensive end. It's not a fluke that this guy has 15 goals. All of a sudden, he's showing some offensive instincts that we haven't seen from Parayko in the past, where he's scoring goals closer to the net and it's not just relying on a slap shot from up top. The way he's reading the play in the offensive end. He fell down at the end. Did you stay up and watch the game last night?
I didn't make it through that.
Oh my God, overtime. They call a timeout. Thomas wins the faceoff back to Parayko. He just falls down like a sniper.
Ass over tea kettle.
And it can happen to anybody. And then, LA went down on a breakaway, and Binnington made another save. Binnington was incredible in the overtime last night. So it was good to see them find a way to get that extra point. But he and Parayko, I think, have benefited from playing in that tournament.
Why weren't you invited to the Four Nations as an insider and a scoop master?
Nice I don't know, Doug. I think, you got to make that happen. You got to make that happen. Although it was kind of nice to have the break, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, really?
Totally trips.
So you're okay with it?
Well, Andrew, I think you could have been there. You could have done some good work.
Is that 44?
44. He was your old boss.
He was on my
on
our podcast with Cam and I the other day, and then I realized he's on everybody's podcast right now. He's making this media run where he's just all in on the media.
On with that?
I don't know.
He was a surprise guest a month or two ago.
When he was on here as a surprise guest.
Oh, what do you mean? You didn't know who it was going to be?
No, I didn't tell them that he was calling in, and he called. Where's Ackerman? What show am I on?
That's funny. No, he just. He was on the path to be an NHL executive.
Yeah.
Then they kind of started the the travel agency business.
Yeah.
Then he was given financial advice every day and motivational speaking. And now all of a sudden he's tweeting more than Tim Peel. It's unbelievable. He's jumping in on everybody's tweets, it's crazy. And he's doing a lot of podcasts. So obviously he did a game on Amazon.
Yeah, that's right.
For the Canadian broadcast. They do these games on Monday nights. It's only broadcasted up in Canada. But it's a big national game. He did that. It was here. And then he did a game with us that was on Channel 4 a few weeks back. So I don't know. I think he's trying to jump in and be a media guy.
He should be.
I had a player tell me the other day, didn't he hate the media? That's what they said. I go,
he
yeah.
never hated
I didn't think I liked him. I'm curious what your read on that was. I liked him because you couldn't come up to him and do the talk about, he would challenge you. That's what I liked.
He would say, give me a good question. No, I had an amazing relationship when he played here. I mean, he would give it to me all the time and, back and forth, but I always knew, deep down, if I ever needed something, he'd always, be available if I needed something.
Yes, Andrew, what is it?
Listen, funny story is when he got traded to Edmonton, I'll never forget because I didn't think he was going to get dealt. He kept saying, they're going to trade me. And I remember meeting with Mark Sauer that summer, and he's like showing me the financials, and he's talking about how he's not a good leader and all this type of stuff. And I remember saying,
I guess statute of limitations
oh my
up
God.
on that story.
They had, we got to make some moves and all this. And I remember calling Pronger back and be like, oh, yeah, they're trading you. I didn't think that they were. And then it happened at like 11:30 at night. And I said, hey, will you do an interview with me tomorrow morning? He's like, be at the rink at 7. So I get there at 7 o'clock the next day to do this interview, exclusive interview, KMOX. I was working there at the time. And I get home, I call him back. I'm like, hey, my recorder didn't work. He was like, no. He's
God,
like,
it's your Earl Weaver story.
He's like, I have a family. Quit bothering. I have a family. Be there tomorrow at 7. And when he got traded to Edmonton, from that day going forward, Larry Plow wouldn't let him get dressed inside the Blues dressing room. So we do the interview in this little referee closet where he was getting dressed to go out and skate with the Blues players who were getting ready for training camp. So he wasn't even allowed in the dressing room, which I was told at the time is just, it's like standard. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Was that out at that Chesterfield, that Hardee's complex?
No, it was at the Mills.
Mills.
So I want to get this straight because Doug had to go back to Earl Weaver 3 times.
3 times.
So did you do the interview and it didn't record?
Correct. So I went back the next day and did it again.
So you had to read it.
And he screamed at you, I have a family.
Oh, yeah. But he always screams.
I like that.
So then he gets over it. I have a family. That's what he was saying.
He was not bad with the media. He liked to joust, and it made it fun. I mean, he gave good quotes.
It was the best.
I remember Mark McGuire was like that because
I was a little more hostile.
Being an intern,
not as fun.
Like one of my first days in the Cardinal locker, I'm like, oh, this is great, whatever. Everyone's waiting for Mark McGuire, like hit a home run. Everybody's hanging out, and he just comes out and he's like, don't you guys have any families? Go home.
I think I was at that. Well, that was an every night affair.
It was so. I'm like, oh my God, he's a nice guy, guys. He's a really nice guy.
Talking about Pronger getting traded, the Blues really have an impressive list of Hall of Famers they've either traded away or traded for.
Oh my God,
it's incredible.
It is incredible.
Like
you know who was talking about that
Hall.
was Curtis Joseph when he was here a few weeks ago when he went into the Blues Hall of Fame. How many great players were on the teams that he played with, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, just legendary players, Shanahan, all these guys, man.
Hey, Andy, there's a guy in the text inbox who has sent this in multiple times, and I guess he wants to hashtag hold you accountable. Can we ask Strick why he wants Brady wearing a Panthers sweater instead of the note? That's Bobby Big Wheels.
Well, and they're all over Brady now. Like, you've got, you know how they have, like, the letter to the editor? They still do that in the Post-Dispatch?
Sound off.
Sound off!
Sound off. They complain.
Yeah.
So somebody was complaining about, you got all this USA Canada stuff going on right now. They're going to end up pushing him out of there. I'm telling you. Like,
boy, the look on his face during the national anthem the other night.
Oh, you mean because people in Canada don't want him on the Ottawa team because he's a U.S. guy?
They were complaining because he's dealing with an injury and he was doing a bunch of podcasts and interviews and stuff like that. Like he went on.
He was on with Big Cat.
Big Cat on Barstool. He did the Kelsey Brothers with Matthew. He's done some other stuff. So they were complaining about that. Matthew did the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, but he was in New York at the time getting looked at, for his injury, seeing a specialist for his injury. So he was already in New York. So it made sense to do it. So anyway, so they're meaningful games for Ottawa. They're trying to get into the playoffs, and he didn't play a couple of games after the Four Nations. So, but I'm like, man, they got to just settle down a little bit because his no move kicks in this summer on July 1st.
You like that, Doug? Instead of no trade, it's a no move.
It's a no move, so they can't send you down to the minors or anything. Yeah. And that's where now you hold all the cards, and now you can kind of dictate where you go in a trade because for the team to trade you, they're going to obviously expect a certain return coming back the other way, and the only way you get a good return is if he signs a contract extension. So it's the same thing with like Mikko Rantanen, who I know you're paying attention to right now.
Very much.
Carolina, they move him again.
In Carolina, could he be going to Toronto
or L.A.? I could see L.A. trying to trade for Brady Tkachuk at some point. Like their assistant coach DJ Smith was the head coach in Ottawa for a long time, loves Brady. But I've always felt like he and Matthew are going to end up playing together, and Florida will find a way to get him.
So no chance here for Brady.
I don't think so. The Blues could probably put a package together. I don't think Brady wants to play here maybe as much as Matthew would. Like, I still think Matthew's going to finish his career in a Blues uniform when it's all said and done.
Just a little victory lap. We get him when he's done.
Here when he's like 38.
And didn't Army put a package together, but it was heavy on like draft picks, and whereas Florida said we've got a hockey trade, Doug.
But you know what? They're so like smart, you know, and the Kachuk's agent is Chantel Kachuk's brother, so like everything's in the family, and Florida was his destination from the beginning, so he chose to go to Florida.
Right. I'm saying Army gets nicked for that one, and he says we tried.
He did try, but he was never going to sign here, so it's not on Army at all. That's
I'm just bringing that up because that's one that gets brought up a lot.
He strategically got himself to South Florida with no state taxes. You know. All those teams with no state taxes, they all have an advantage.
In heaven. He has to be in absolute
it's the best place
paradise.
in the league to play outside of St. Louis.
Nice, Andy.
622 Blues.
Right there. St. Louis, it's got to be the best place to play.
Are you selling any tickets today? 622. We used to call them 622 Blue because you would throw that out at the end after a hard, hot take about the team. They'd say you can get tickets at 622 Blue. KZ is listening. 622 Blue.
Oh man!
But Matthew Kachuk's stock is skyrocketed in the last year, hasn't it?
He's like
the face of hockey.
One of the most popular players in the league for sure. I don't know if his popularity is bigger than like a McDavid, for example, or Crosby, but he does more. I don't see McDavid anywhere here in the U.S. I think he does some stuff up in Canada, but I didn't see those guys doing interviews. Some people were critical because Matthew and Brady did a bunch of interviews after because they didn't win the Four Nations, you know. So it's like, you know, should they be doing all these interviews?
If you don't do it, then you're a jerk.
Yeah, why
you're not representing the U.S.
Some people
they're
will
on
be
top of the
critical
world.
of everything. Anything and everything, some people find a fault with. And if these people of Ottawa treat Brady Kachuk wrong, I say we hit him with tariffs.
Oh, there you go.
Doug's got the answer.
Charles Barkley's calling Matthew, like, you know, when he's at the rink inside the dressing room with Team USA, and he's passing around the phone and he's talking to everybody. Yeah. So I think Trump loved him when he went. And I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying when he went to the White House, the owner the Florida Panthers picked Matthew Kachuk to be the guy to speak for the team, and he got up there and he did really well.
There's probably only a handful of American players on Florida, so
not many.
Be the likely choice.
Not many.
Who have you been chasing on the Cam and Strick podcast? Shameless plug.
Yeah, the white whale. What's the white whale, man?
Who have you guys have had, Gretzky? You've had Prom. You've had all.
Lemieux I've talked to a couple times.
Has Bettman ever done it?
No, but we just Bill Daly, the deputy commissioner, is coming on next week. Actually,
have you tried to get Bettman?
Not yet. I've had him on the radio. Remember when he came over that one time?
They sold the team, and I always would put Andrew in his place, condescending big brother, of course. And I'm like, yeah, you and your hockey knowledge, whatever. And we're sitting in the lobby at 14th and Clark. It's when Stillman bought the team, and Gary Bettman, the commissioner's walking in, and he goes, "Hey, Andy." And we were just sitting there with our little headsets and a little cardboard table in the corner. I'm like, that's the commissioner. He goes, "Oh, yeah, it's Gary." And he just said, "Hey, Andy." But he did kind of say it derisively.
Well, because it was like there was so much going on at the time when the Blues were trying to sell it, obviously. But, Gary, I haven't tried too hard to get him on. I've had him on the radio before, but like Ovechkin is somebody that I would love to interview one day.
And once you get established, you guys have had a lot of big names and you have traction. I think that helps, right?
Yeah.
People are more willing to do it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Ovechkin.
Thanks. Crosby. We haven't tried to get Crosby.
I just was curious. I like to get behind the curtain a little bit.
Lemieux actually he's like, his daughter's dating a kid that I know from St. Louis.
Kids from St. Louis?
Yes.
Mario Lemieux's daughter.
Wow.
I kind of name dropped.
There you go.
That's a nice move.
Mario.
That's a veteran move.
And
he never really liked to talk a lot, though.
No, he doesn't talk at all.
Yeah, you don't hear from him.
Never.
No. Is he still part owner?
I think he sold some of that off, but I'm sure he's somewhat involved or whatever still with Pittsburgh. But he just had his fantasy camp. A bunch of people were out there, a bunch of video. Apparently he's like fun to hang out with, but he just doesn't like to be in the limelight. So he doesn't say anything.
So it's going to be a big get when you boys get him.
Hopefully. But he's always nice. He always gets like the Canadian way, you know, like he's super nice when he rejects you and says no every time.
Says no in a nice way. I'll put on the Cam and Strick podcast. Kids are in the car. I'm like, oh, Uncle Andy interviewed Chris Pronger. This will be fun. But it starts with an hour of Cam going, I'm like, whoa.
Every time Cam calls, I'm like, when I answer the phone, I'm like, kids in the car.
You have to get
And I had to tell him 5 or 6 more times. He's like, oh, sorry, guys.
How has he not dropped and I swear a bit myself, but how has he not dropped an F-bomb on a radio call yet?
Listen, there's so many, you guys have been around like a lot of broadcasters, so I'm sure they curse all the time. And like, I don't know, some people just find that
I
way.
have no
you ever
idea. In 21 years of this show, somehow, for as much profanity as I will use right when we go to a commercial break and do it on my podcast, I've never done it. I don't know how. And it's almost like talking about a no-hitter. But at this point, after 21 years, I feel pretty good about the fact that I'm not going to. Have you done it, Martin? You had to.
You had to. Like Andy doesn't understand. Sometimes Tim just berates Doug with half this.
I really get in his face.
On the mic. I was on with Rammer and Claves. I was calling in from an All-Star game, and Rammer asked for a little Dick Ford impression, and for some reason during the impression, I dropped an S-bomb. And then my defense was, well, that's how he talks. Like, oh, really? The legendary newsman's a potty mouth? I'm like, well, no. So then I made it worse.
Did you hear Rob Ray the other day? He got hit
we
with
played that audio.
We just had him on the podcast, too. It was right after that.
Was that before or after?
It was right after. I think maybe 2 days or 3 days after we dropped the podcast that he got hit in the face with the puck. But that's the best reaction you can give because it's the most realistic. What else are you going to say when you get hit in the face with a puck?
It's hockey, eh?
Yeah.
Andy, great having you in.
Always
Good
a pleasure.
You can follow him on Twitter or just read the Toronto Star. They're quoting
I hope
his
you guys
Twitter
get
feed.
everything you want for the trade deadline. Okay.
I want him to stand pat. I don't want him to. I'm not looking to him to add on in a big way. I think he should look at this group and say, all right, you've shown me that you want to go for it.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got.
Last time he did that was 2019.
Wow.
Remember that he was going to trade everybody?
Yeah, 91 was being talked about at that time.
But they had different players they were looking to move back then.
You want to yell at Jackson anymore about Missouri basketball before you go?
Well, play some defense, Mizzou. I watched the whole damn game last night. I've watched one SLU game and one Mizzou game all year, and like this is what I get. I follow them closely. I really do. I read all the box scores. I watch the highlights. They have these game recaps. Like sometimes you don't know when they're on, or they overlap with like a hockey game or something. But I was excited to watch the game, and like they've got some guys who.
You saw the worst game of the year,
Is
sir.
that amazing? Like they just beat them by 24. I just want to see them play a little more consistent as we get into the conference tournament and the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, need more want to on defense.
Andy Strickland in with us here on the program. Andy, thanks for coming by.
Okay, fellas, appreciate it as always.
There he is. That's Andy Strickland. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. When it rains, it pours for the Dallas Mavericks as they lose last night to the tune of 137 to 107. Giannis Antetokounmpo, that was a bad pronunciation of it. Giannis Antetokounmpo crosses the 20,000 career point threshold. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
What in the world is going on?
I like what it says over there. It's called Hanksta Rap instead of Gangsta Rap.
TMA 101 ESPN. A dossier for the ages, Jackson called it. It's presented to you by Stiefel. All right, let's see if I can do it from memory. The Cat was with us at 7:30. Bernie Federko was with us at 8:15. Brad Underwood with us at 9 o'clock, and Andy Strickland with us for the remaining portion of the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up at 10:30, Taylor Twellman with us as the Doggies get ready to take on the defending champion Galaxy this weekend. So there you go, Martin. I mean, what a dossier.
How do you top that? The problem is tomorrow.
What's the problem? We'll have Joey Vitale on. We'll have Robert Thomas on.
Oh, okay.
And we'll have Gabe DeArmond.
Bob Thomas is actually the guy to get right now.
I'm telling you, he's on a heater.
All right.
He'll be with us at 10 tomorrow.
Okay. You look like you're shoving it in my face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see you.
Well, you did an outstanding job booking most of, if not all, those guests today. And tomorrow is like the response.
The Rams.
People who always come on every week.
People that always come on. Don't call attention to that.
Send an easy little text.
Don't call attention to that. The old Rams PR guy, Rick Smith, would sometimes just shut you out trying to get a guest. And then one time we got everything we ever wanted for a post-game show. Kurt Warner, Marshall Vaughn.
Wow.
And I said, what happened? He said, hey, you know how it is. Sometimes you get beep, and then sometimes you get all the S. Sometimes you get it, and then sometimes you get all of the.
Words to live by.
Wow. Think about it.
Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's online at designairservice.com. Martin, you're a client, and so is Doug, and so am I.
Love the fact they've been around since 1904. A true St. Louis success story. Design Air Heating and Cooling around here. We do have the seasons, and sometimes the seasons are weird, like right now, where it'll be cold, it'll be hot. You got to make sure your HVAC unit is top-notch. If it needs replacing, they've got you covered. If it just needs a tune-up or a repair, designairservice.com is the website to go to. Schedule that appointment online. And this time of year, start thinking about a tune-up for the AC. It's a long summer. That thing's going to be running for months at a time. Tune-up, always a smart idea. Seth Goldcamp and his family, now a fourth generation of that family running the same company. It's not some out-of-town company that came in and bought the naming of the company. That happens sometimes. That's not the deal here. So 1904, long time ago. And when did they get on the email of the day?
About a decade.
Decade ago? Gosh. There it is. Trivia. In addition to a reminder.
Trivia. Buck Swope might know the exact date.
I was going to say, he'll tell you what day. Designairservice.com.
This song might be Jackson's best work. That's from Skidman. How about that,
I didn't create it. I just found it on YouTube.
Just playing it.
But there's some great AI genre crossover stuff.
Interesting tune, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive what you can do with that stuff.
Tim keeps track of the media comings and goings sometimes a little bit. Didn't we already know that Around the Horn was going off the air? Mm-hmm. And they said now it's more official, I guess.
They picked the day that the last show would
Okay,
be.
so they had announced that it would be going away. And then I guess Tony Reale, who used to be Stat Boy on PTI, he had some kind of farewell to the audience. The one thing about this show, I never really watched it. I guess it had staying power, 23 years. I never understood the point system. It's kind of like Jackson adding up.
Yeah, I was always confused. So it was like whatever Reale agreed with, he would assign points. But then they would
22 points.
They would
42 points.
Jettison one of the panelists.
I like how they would mute him. I did like that.
Yeah, like then they would I feel like, well, what if I had some more things to say and I got kicked off the show? I don't know.
I loved Pardon the Interruption.
Yeah.
I don't watch it anymore. It's not like I dislike it. I just don't watch it anymore. And then I would occasionally catch that thing beforehand, and I'd go, God, this is so brutal.
Yeah.
But you know what? 23 years, I think it kind of speaks for itself.
Sure.
Woody Page was the big guy on there, right, Martin?
I think he still is. Woody
Page
still
on there?
Oh, yeah.
Woody Page is the columnist who, whenever your team is in the playoffs, he would write about how the other team's city sucks. And
Jack McMullen was always on there.
Yeah, and then the guy, Frank Iosola, maybe? Iosola?
Bob Ryan?
Yeah.
Was he on there, Bob Ryan?
That's going way back.
And then the guy, Bill Plaschke, had a lot of... Name your Mount... Doug, your Mount Rushmore around...
I don't think I have one. I don't have one.
Would Lupica ever get on there? Mike Lupica?
I think that's not him. He probably...
Martin's reaction.
He was on Sports Reporters, though, wasn't he? Yeah.
Okay, that's... And then,
Banny Rooster?
Didn't
Producer Joe got
called him
sideways
during
on the-
dinner
Really?
time. He called him at dinner
Oh, I've
time.
heard this story, yeah.
AJ Adonde, wasn't he on there?
Yeah.
No, that's another
Jay-
one.
Jay-
Jay
yeah.
Adonde,
Jay-
Northwestern vehicle, I think.
Wilbon also Northwestern.
I believe the Strickland with Pronger saying, I have a family, is akin to Lupica saying, we're eating dinner.
That's so awesome. God, he gets the interview the day after Pronger gets traded to Edmonton, and he goes out to do the interview, and the recorder doesn't work. Ooh, it gives
Nightmare
me,
fuel.
For real, like when Doug tells the Earl Weaver Banny Rooster story, gives me chills. And they're both it's brutal if you're just doing it anytime. But Earl Weaver just retires. He pours his heart out to you.
Just
Not
crying.
once.
Just
And
crying.
then Pronger
Twice.
gets
Not twice.
traded, and he's going, I'm sure he's like, oh my God, it's
Of all the
Edmonton.
people that have to call back.
Right.
And it's such an easy mistake to make, and it's so it's clearly you're not trying to do that. But if you're also the person who's doing the interview, getting the interview done, it's like, oh man, I have to do all of this all over again.
I had it happen with Dexter Fowler in spring training. It's not, as you know, that was an easy interview to get. But I looked down and I go, oh my God, it's not recording. And then I double clicked it. So some of it was recording. It was brutal. And he was great in the interview too. And it sucks when that happens. But I mean, that was
cries
just
his eyes out and Tim says, could you do that again?
if you could do another take. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Taylor Twellman is going to join us coming up at 10:30. Miss anything on the program, you can always go back and podcast. Now, 2 ways to podcast. You got the Schaefer Door Company podcast, which allows you to go back and listen via your phone whenever you would like to do so, or you can go on YouTube and watch the program. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can enjoy the program at your leisure. Enjoy the Billikens at your leisure. The last regular season home game for the Billikens is this Saturday at 7 p.m. against Duquesne. Tickets starting at $10 on slewbillikens.com. The first 2,500 fans will have a chance to play basketball bingo to win prizes. It's also senior night, recognizing Gibson Jimerson, Isaiah Swope, and Kobe Johnson with a post-game ceremony. 2025-2026 season ticket deposits are now available, and you can visit slewbillikens.com to get those. The Billikens in Duquesne this Saturday. Tickets starting at just $10. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kerr with you. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Doug, the gas station scene in Zoolander. 2001?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Wow, you immediately confirmed that.
Because it got delayed because of 9/11. And people, when it did eventually come out, weren't necessarily in the mood to laugh. So I don't think it did too well at the box office.
Zoolander didn't do well?
I don't think it did great because of his timing-wise.
Huh.
Timing.
But it did well. But
Blue Steel.
I think
you own goodorbad.com.
Well, I think the legacy of it, and I think because Blockbuster was still so viable at the time, that I think it had a great second life.
Budget $28 million.
Yep.
Box office
100.
60.
Okay, yeah, so that's
pretty good.
Yeah,
But you were thinking, with its current reputation, you were thinking it was a monster hit.
Right. But I think that was more so timing of the release, less so of the movie itself.
What if Custer didn't? Remember the Owen Wilson? That's all right. I'm just having my own little show over here. I couldn't remember the line.
Words.
Owen Wilson in Zoolander. Or was that in Tenenbaums? Am I conflating?
Same year.
Conflating the two? Yeah. He became a novelist, remember? Owen Wilson? Was that Tenenbaums? I
think that was Tenenbaums.
Gosh, never mind.
Okay.
I listened to, I went full Rogan because he had Bill Murray.
How was that?
Bill Murray had no clue who he was. So the interview begins, which I'm sure many of ours that we book, and they call in like, how we doing, guys?
Yeah.
But Bill Murray is sitting down. He's like, hey, how you doing? So this is what you do. You interview people. And Bill Murray's like, no, is this on TV too? And Rogan's like, yeah, well, we record both. He goes, okay. He goes, yeah. Now, some friends of mine said not to do your show, that it could get trickier. And Rogan's like, really? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, well, this seems like a nice place. Like, Bill Murray clearly.
Yeah, there's something in Rogan's studio that Murray saw that he liked. I haven't
Some
listened
Hunter S.
to it.
Thompson.
That's what it was, Hunter S. Thompson. That's right.
And then they talked about
So
that
how
for like a
about
half
this?
hour.
I haven't talked about this on the show. This is. Do you mind, Doug, workshopping a huge
We can
guest?
workshop a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So when I did the Artie Lang show in New York City, you might know this guy's name, Martin. Dan Filato was the producer of that show. Great guy.
Danny Foe?
Filato.
Yeah.
You know him, apparently it's Danny Foe.
Yeah.
So he's friends with Chase. He used to live with Mark Grace. He produced for Stephen A. Smith.
He's in Chicago now?
Probably. Does stuff with Harry Shearer. So we were texting like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he goes, and he's really close with Bill Murray. Like super, super close. When Murray played at Pebble one time, he caddied for him. And he's really close with him and Mark Grace, lived with Mark Grace. So anyway, he's like, yeah, Bill's going to be in St. Louis in April. And I go, Bill Murray? And I go, what the hell is he doing? Because, you kind of get to a point.
Right.
I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah.
When I saw him pop
Cardinal
up on
game?
Rogan, I'm like, I wonder why he's doing that. I mean, he's just one of those guys that just, he don't have any interest in it. And so he's kind of giving me a little of the background on it. And I said, I'll see if he'll come by the show, being a complete smartass. And he goes, I'll tell you what. And he knows that, Joe Buck is a friend of the show. He goes, if Joe would do the interview on your show, there is a chance that Bill would do the show. And I think Joe would be willing, if he's in town, to do the interview with Bill Murray. I haven't asked Joe, and he might be listening and immediately text me no. But because it's Bill Murray, our slap asses can just get out of the way, and we can say, hey, got Bill Murray on the program today.
why not?
What do you think about that? What do you think about
I like that.
And he's coming to St. Louis, and I don't know what he's doing, but it's sometime in April.
I think Joe owes it to St. Louis.
Amen.
I mean, come on.
God, how great would that be?
I would just have Bill Murray in here would be incredible.
Would you pepper him with Wes Anderson thoughts?
It's Joe's interview. That would be a cuckold situation, would it not?
Doug?
It's just essentially,
I don't know.
We're giving our bed to two different people.
We got cucked on our own show.
I mean, that for sure be, right? He's like, I'll come to your show if someone who isn't on your show interviews me.
We'll bring in a potted plant and we'll just stand behind it.
Yeah.
Joe cucked me at his own golf tournament because I was out there with a camera, and Rush Limbaugh at the time was in a bunch of headlines. I forget what was going on. I don't remember.
He kind of lived in headlines.
I'm walking up to Rush Limbaugh to interview him on the putting green, and Joe swoops and goes, I'll do this one. Grabs the Fox 2 mic. I think it might have been when he was suffering from the opioid crisis or something. There was a lot of negative stuff that rushed. And Joe knows I'm not going to go there, but I guess he thought it could be awkward or if the newsroom forced me to ask it. And Joe literally goes, I'll do it. And he just grabs the Fox 2 mic saying, hey, Martin, I'm here with Rush Limbaugh. So I've been cucked by Joe before.
Mike Ryder, executive producer, texted me that Bill Murray's band is playing at the pageant in April.
That's what it is.
I didn't know he had a
He's got a
band.
band.
He's got 3 new movies coming out.
Yeah, he's doing some. There's. I mean, it was like I said, it was a text conversation. I'm sure some of this was not
meant for air.
But the part about Joe doing it, and he's like, because I was just being a smartass. I asked if he wants to come on the show, and he goes, honestly, I think if Joe did the interview, he might be willing to do it. So we got to have Joe being in St. Louis, wanting to do it, and Bill Murray willing to come from. If he's even spending the night here, I mean, good
we
chance.
Send Joe to him to record it, and then we play it, or is that not the same? Are we workshopping this out?
Yeah, we are workshopping. That's why I said, can we workshop this?
I like this. Is this housekeeping, Jackson, or workshopping?
Clearing the deck.
Clearing the deck.
None of the above.
Being out of building cuckolding.
Yeah, I feel like it would have to be some in the building.
He did tell Rogan when they were making where the Buffalo Roam, which was about Hunter S. Thompson, that Hunter S. Thompson was on the set and lived in like a little carriage house behind where Bill Murray was staying. And he said we would sit up at night and just talk and drink for hours. And he said, and Hunter S. Thompson would get in the hot tub. He'd have a NyQuil and a scotch and then just shut it down for the night.
Wow.
Like
That is potent.
Scotch.
That is
Wake
potent.
up 3 days later.
Guys, if you can't get Bill Murray that day, I'll call in. That's from Chairman Steve Wild. All right, so we have a net.
Okay.
There we go.
So it's a tough call as to which way we should go.
Seems like either way you win.
Yeah.
Well,
he's playing with a blues rock band. I didn't know Bill Murray.
I had
Does he sing?
I didn't know that
Does he
either.
sing or just play?
Is it one of his brothers? Is that? I thought it was
Brian Doyle Murray.
Yeah.
He was the one who gave out the Jelly of the Month Club.
Right.
He was. Yeah. And he was the caddy master.
He was the caddy master. Don't you see it? We'll pick it up.
I think he was a degenerative gambler and that he was always at the track.
I think he passed in the last year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Brian Doyle?
There's another brother Bill talked about.
There's
though,
like 4 of them.
Yeah, but he says brother Joel is really good at improv, and he was a fan of his. He was talking a lot about his brother's improv, where he goes, "I can't do that kind of stuff," which surprises me.
No, Brian Doyle's still with us.
I was about to say, I'd be surprised. He's 79 bills.
He plays Jack Ruby in JFK.
Yes, he does.
Oswald. And he shoots him.
And he dressed up and was dipped in gold?
No, that was Joe Pesci, I think.
No, that was
Kevin
Tommy Lee
Bacon?
Jones.
Someone got dipped in gold.
Kevin Bacon and Joe
Martin,
Pesci.
you ever watch that scene with the threesome with Kevin Bacon, Joe Pesci, and Tommy Lee Jones? It's one of my go-tos.
They're wearing like dangerous liaisons, like outfits, powdered wigs, and Tommy Lee Jones is dipped in gold, looking like Achilles.
And
they're
somebody's saying, I think Joe Pesci's saying, call me Mary.
Yeah, and they're twisting each other's
that's hot,
nipples.
bro.
All
Why
in New
would you
Orleans.
take that
You're
role?
kink shaming. You're kink shaming.
Welcome to the Bayou.
That's what goes on in the bayou?
I don't think so.
Apparently.
I would like to apologize to Brian Doyle Murray.
Yeah,
I think
back.
I was convinced that was there another brother that had passed? And
That's possible. See, that's why Joe Buck needs to handle this interview.
clearly I'm not qualified. Sorry to hear about Brian.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Oh, God. James Carlton, a wonderful sponsor of the program. When Gabe Yarman is with us tomorrow, that will be presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He is my insurance agent, and he has been for 6 years now. Online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call, and you're going to talk to somebody right there in Webster Groves right now if you do. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The customer service you're going to receive second to none. In addition to that, there is a very good chance your insurance went up year over year, and there is an even better chance that James Carlton can save you money. Make the switch. You owe it to your family to put yourselves in the best position possible, and working with James Carlton does just that. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Taylor Twellman joining us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. A Stiefel dossier for the ages is what the March 6th, 2025 program is being called by critics today, Doug. What a treat. Jimmy the Cat Hayes, 7:30. Bernie Federko, 8:15.
Yeah.
Brad Underwood, 9 o'clock.
Got
Andy
it.
Strickland in studio on the NHL trade deadline for the 9 o'clock hour following Brad Underwood. And now it is our pleasure to welcome to 101 ESPN a friend of Balloon Party making a return like Jordan, not wearing the 4-5. He's wearing the 2-3 from the University High School. Taylor Twellman. Morning, Taylor.
Hey, buddy, I'm actually wearing 4-5 considering I just turned 45.
Oh, did you really?
Did you?
How about that?
Gosh,
I didn't know that. I thought you were like in the four. I think when I was a senior, you were what year did you graduate from the U High? 97, 98?
Buddy, I don't know what I had for breakfast. What are we talking about?
That off.
Concussions.
Yeah. Tim, it always goes back to the concussion.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Yet Gary Kornfeld won't let go of the fact that he wanted Twellman to kick a field goal, but he was eating a hot dog. And he can't forget it.
I don't blame him. I mean, I still kicked the field goal, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you did convert?
Yeah, I did. I just choked for like 20 minutes afterwards because there was a half hot dog.
Hot dog right there on the bench?
Oh, yeah, no problem. I mean, listen, in fairness, I played a 4 o'clock soccer game the same day. So we played Chaminade at Chaminade. Then I went back down to SLU. We had a football game, and I didn't eat anything. So I went and did the kickoff, did all that, and then I had dinner.
on the
sideline.
That's nice. Nice kick if you can get it.
How does that make you feel that some
To
people
this
play?
day, I will never forget it because Kornfeld's face looked right at me, and I'm like, I couldn't say anything. My mouth was full of a hot dog.
Oh, I know where you're going with this, Martin, and I was actually thinking it, that Taylor played more varsity sports in a span
In one
of
day.
4 hours than I did in my entire time on Oakland
So
Avenue.
hurtful.
And it
By
actually
the way,
did
I had
bother
a
me.
great set of nachos that night, too.
Did
It
you
was
really?
great
Oh, big
jalapeno.
night for the SLU concession stand, Doug.
I mean, our running back had 17 touchdowns that day, so they didn't really need the kicker.
Was that Renato Fitzpatrick?
Yes, it was.
Yes!
Was-
Doug,
was-
he
could have been
went to
you.
play at Minnesota.
Probably should have been you.
Well, I would have played at Minnesota, but I wanted to pursue journalism.
Hold on. You guys want a good, quick story?
Yeah, I'll take some trivia stories.
20 seconds. Renato Fitzpatrick goes to the University of Minnesota. He wins the lottery.
No way.
He won the lottery there.
Not as a draft pick, but literally scratching off or numbers.
Yeah, what did
money.
Literally scratching off. Yeah, he was 20 or 21 and something. Yeah, that's like the story came back to me
looking
from
this
like
up.
10 different people. He
How
won
much
the
is-
lottery.
And won how much?
I have no idea. I have no idea. There was enough on him to
Yeah,
take
Taylor
the
doesn't
ball.
do crowdsourcing
I
either,
don't
Doug.
know. I mean, if you
it's-
had the story, I thought
wasn't-
maybe he won $200 million or
Who
something.
knows?
No, it wasn't. It was something. I mean, listen, it wasn't like, 50 grand, but it wasn't 200 million either. All I know is that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, how about that? I'm literally looking this up now. Taylor Twellman with us here on the program. Great to have him back with us here on 101 ESPN, and he will be on the call of City and the Galaxy this coming Saturday. What are your early impressions of what we've seen from the 2 0-0 games in the season, Taylor?
I would say timid, but with a understanding and a definitive responsibility in saying they want to be better defensively. That was a real issue last year. I'm not saying anything that City fans don't know. So it looks like Olaf Melberg came into it with a real game plan of saying we're going to be difficult to play against. Now, in saying that, they haven't been a threat going the other way. Now, Melberg and St. Louis City people will tell you they had quality chances against Colorado. Sure, I agree, but on the level of what? San Diego, they were non-existent going forward, and yet they were very difficult to play against. However, I would be very reluctant to say they were perfect defensively. I think Henry Kessler was brilliant, but if he doesn't flick on 2 or 3 of those headers, you're looking at a San Diego 2-3-0 win. So, listen, they needed to right the ship. They did it. They're doing it through their defensive foundation. But I'm curious on how that thing evolves from the first 2 weeks. But again, I want a little bit more, and I'm probably a little bit of a harsh critic when it comes to that. But first 2 weeks in, you can definitely say that he has fixed the defensive shape and the foundation of the team.
Who should be scoring consistently? Is it always going to be Klaus, or is Toyhurt, Betcher? I mean, it seems like they've got options there, and yet at this point, no one's scoring.
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know if they have options there with the way they're playing. I think we got to be very careful to say that Betcher, Klaus. I mean, Betcher should have scored in the first game, sure, no problem. Klaus has only scored, 5 goals in his last 32 appearances. But the style of play plays into that, too. So it's not as if Toyhart or Hardo are creating a bunch of chances either, right? So it's going to get interesting. It's not an individual in the manner that you're asking me right now, early March. This is a collective issue that when they get to the final third, they're not really creating a ton of chances. They're not as dynamic as other teams.
Roman Berkey's off to a great start with 2 shutouts, and I see he's made a total of 1 save in the two games. Must tell you, the defense has been awfully good.
Yeah, it's better than what, you know what I mean? If you ask Roman Berkey, how would you like to play? He would prefer this way naturally, right? Versus the first 2 seasons where you got to stand on your head and literally pull balls out of the corners to make sure that the team salvages points. I mean, it was one of the best seasons in goalkeeper history of Major League Soccer in 2023. So last year was a little bit of a down year for him based on 23, yet it wasn't according to all the other metrics with other goalies. Sure. Again, he had to figure it out. He's figured it out this way. I covered Olof Mellberg when he played for Sweden. He is a no-nonsense defender that has quality with him with the ball at his feet, and that's how he's going to look at it. But I don't see that with the team in the first 2 games, and I'm very intrigued to see what they have Sunday night because the listeners are saying, well, it's the MLS defending champions. Hang on a minute. This is the LA Galaxy, and I said before the season starts, I think they struggle to make the playoffs. They've had a lot of turnover. They're flying 3,300 miles after playing a game last night. So if St. Louis City has any aspirations of really competing in the Western Conference, then you've got to be champing at the bit here. And you got to be looking at saying, hang on, we might be able to steal 3 points on the road. I'm very intrigued to see what I get from St. Louis City from the booth.
Taylor on the call, Apple TV, Apple with MLS coverage this Sunday. It is LA Galaxy against City SC. You're never afraid to either make a critical comment or a fun comment. I think you said the other night, if these 2 teams played another 90 minutes, they still wouldn't score, which I think was accurate. Do you ever say anything where your bosses or Garber or somebody's like, oh, Taylor, don't. Do you ever get any pushback?
I think he's above the law. That's what I'm going to hit. He's kind of in a Charles Barkley spot.
You do whatever you want.
That's right. That's what I think, Taylor. What's the answer to the question?
I don't think those are mutually exclusive. I think I do whatever I want, and I also get in trouble. So.
Okay. Both.
I like this.
I mean, listen, San Diego, St. Louis could honestly play 270 minutes, and I would have still been sitting there having 3 pretzels, 4 nachos, 5 beers, and it still would have been 0-0. So.
You seem to eat a lot.
Well, it's 270 minutes.
Yeah.
Guys got to sustain.
Yeah. Okay.
You start adding multiple games.
Taylor not going to homer it either. I saw this tweet. San Diego has the worst airport I've ever seen. Taylor responds, it's second. St. Louis is as tough as an airport as it comes. My heart aches to say that.
Lambert's got some positive aspects in the sense that you can get in, get out, all of that, but not a single real airplane flies to that airport for a reason. It's like jets and little regional planes and propeller planes. So can we join the 21st century at some point, St. Louis? Please.
Standing ovation.
That hurt.
Standing ovation.
So the planes in the middle, you're saying, the mid-size that are more common, we lack.
I mean, in fairness, have you guys been to the Kansas City new terminal? That should put it in perspective for you.
You know what? I haven't. We were talking with Gabe DeArmond, the Missouri Power Mizzou guy.
The most beautiful thing you have ever seen, gentlemen. The most beautiful thing. And that airport was, remember, it was Catch Me If You Can. That airport was from 1973, and it never evolved. Then all of a sudden, I landed there last year for the Messi game, and I was like, where? I landed in the wrong city. They're like, no, this is the new terminal. And I'm like, oh, man, this makes it worse for Lambert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lambert's
that
rough.
I hear that thing is world class. Another thing that I was intrigued, this was just a repost from you on Twitter, but the talk of Messi not traveling with Inter Miami this past Sunday, and how he signed up to be the face of the league, and then perhaps not necessarily all in is the insinuation there. What is your interpretation?
No, I think the insinuation is this, is that when you are Lionel Messi, and listen, Lionel Messi's been the face of the game.
Yeah.
Okay? He's been the face of La Liga. He's been the face of Argentina. He's been face of FIFA. He's been the face of the game. And so this isn't any new territory for him, and it never will be. However, what the point was of the message was David Beckham still traveled. And the problem is right now you've got people paying $400 to $500 a ticket to see Lionel Messi and Inter Miami play. Now, people are downgrading the quality of Busquets and Alba and Suarez. You can make an argument those three are the best players in their respective positions of their generation. But I found it interesting that they said it was rotation. Lionel Messi was the only player that did not travel and the only player that did not dress. Now, he'll play tonight in CONCACAF Champions Cup, and they're doing their best to preserve him so he can participate in World Cup qualifying. I'm just asking the question. Is there still part of him that could have been on the bench and played 10 minutes? And the answer is unequivocally yes.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I'll tell you right now, good luck trying to stop that team with or without him.
Is the overall play of the MLS improving? Do you notice that? And where would the league stand right now in terms of best leagues in the world?
That conversation is so difficult to have because listen, the Premier League's up there, La Liga's up there. I get all of that. You had over $125 million of exports in the last 6 months. If you put that within the realm of the world, that's top 10. So there's players here. There's quality here. I think there could be more players. I think if you change certain things within the ability to build a roster, absolutely. But the owners are spending real money. And this is a real question. I'm glad you asked. This is a big question for St. Louis City, a massive one. You cannot win a trophy if you don't have DPs that deliver. It's a fact. That's not even an opinion. And yet you've got to figure out who are your DPs and are they going to be ones that deliver? Are they going to be ones that get there? Because when Atlanta goes out and spends $38 million on two players, Cincinnati goes out and spends $35 million on two players, you've got to be able to compete. And there is becoming, look at Miami, as I just said, they lose Gomez, Campana, Rojas, Farias, and they are all of a sudden a better team. 21-year-old Venezuelan, Allende's now 25-year-old Uruguayan. You're looking at two guys that could be potentially worth $30 million. And so that's where this question becomes very interesting for St. Louis City. I also want to see academy players. I said this on the broadcast, and I'll say it again. Where are the academy players? Where are the homegrowns? Where are they dressing? Where are they participating? Because if you're not going to do the designated player route, then that's a way that you can kind of circumvent the salary cap. So these are real conversations for St. Louis City. Make no mistake about it.
Taylor Twellman on the call this Sunday. City against the Galaxy. You can catch it on Apple TV. I am a very happy MLS Apple TV subscriber, and I recommend it to our audience to catch all of the action. Taylor Twellman on the call. Always enjoy talking it over with you, man. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us, Taylor.
All right, boys, I'm going on a fast after that conversation.
He's going to go fast.
Doug, you food shamed.
Seems to eat a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Taylor.
See you, boys.
There he is. That's Taylor Twellman with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, are you going to stick around for the design? I mean, at this point, might as well.
I got a thing, and I felt like Taylor wanted my soccer knowledge, so I thought I should sit in. I didn't want him to be cheated.
Chairman Kurt better get in here because we don't have another Buck Swope situation. All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next, this is TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Thunder defeat the Grizzlies last night, 120-103. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander stays hot with a 41-point effort after his 51-point effort the other evening. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Business owners, you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider. It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employers, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Good morning. You want to say anything back?
Good morning to you.
What's the deal with Martin and his disdain for Robbie? Is this his way of showing support for Doug after being released from the coaching staff? Get the Giant on a show! I think my favorite part of the show is hearing Tanner bringing us back from break. Nothing better than hearing his prepubescent voice screeching at us early in the morning. Pretty neat that Doug's prostate is so into the local hockey boys that it woke him up to watch the shootout. Mm-hmm. Blues are on fire and looking like a tough out. I can't remember the line exactly, but pretty sure it's Doug, let's get hot and make a baby.
Something like that.
That's a good one.
Anywho, got to get going. Hope you boys have a good one. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Oh. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Guys, Plops here. Nothing says hello Lent quite like the return of Jimmy the Cat Hayes. One day post Ash Wednesday. Jesus, McKernan, what kind of anti-Catholic stunt are you trying to pull here, pal? If there was a banner that could be hung in the St. Games Gymnasium to display the names of those who do not have their hearts focused on Lent at the moment, that banner would have 3 big-ass names embroidered across it. Jackson Burkett, Timothy Michael McKernan, and Douglas Suzanne Vaughn.
Suzanne?
Wow, just wow. Mazel, that's Misty Plops.
Suzanne. Misty
Your middle name
Plops.
is Suzanne?
I don't know where that came from. Misty Plops with a poor email.
Tell the sales staff to get a travel agency on the program and start booking trips to Toronto for the Cup Parade so people can see Bennington, Shen, and Berube hoist that cup again. Thanks, that's from Dan Beal. Dan Beal. Jim Hayes is a real treat. The cat joining TMA is equivalent to Eric Clapton playing guitar for the Beatles on the White Album. His phone call reminded me of divorced parents who cross paths at their daughter's wedding. The father of the bride tentatively tells his ex-wife, "You look nice. Have you been doing yoga?" While he secretly envisions their past intimate moments. When Doug heard the cat's voice, all those bedroom desires clearly came flooding
for
back.
heaven's sakes.
You had bedroom desires?
I did not.
Suzanne.
Suzanne. By the time Andy Strickland showed up, you could cut the sexual tension in your studio with a knife. I feel bad because Strick was almost blinded when he first laid eyes on Jackson's pasty white skin. He probably wishes he could have worn his sunglasses inside so he didn't have to squint the whole time. I don't know how you did it, but you guys actually pulled off a legit broadcast today. I loved the part when the YouTube camera was pointed directly in between Andy and Martin so we could see KG's inner thigh as he quietly worked at his little Oshkosh Bagosh kitty desk in the corner. Keep up the good work. That's from the JV golf coach. Oshkosh Bagosh sponsors that desk?
JV golf coach.
That's a good get. And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, well-endowed St. Louis, and John Hamm, who looked like a carpet-bagging ass as he introduced the Chiefs before the Super Bowl, is working to reestablish his St. Louis bona fides as he cheered the Blues to victory in L.A. while sporting his Burroughs Letterman jacket. Libby Jack Jack presumably raged watching his Tigers lay an egg in Norman, Oklahoma by himself last night because Dr. Jekyll can't let his girlfriend see him morph into Mr. Hyde over a regular season college basketball game. The Astros GM talked about the Nolan Arenado trade that fell through, and Libby Jack pulled a real nothing burger of a sound clip that Martin's not happy with. But I think the lead is that Diddles the Piddles thinks Martin is an old D-bag. Wow. I had no idea my directly texting Tim about his lack of email the day tiebreaker protocol when the part-time board op is at his real job would get the audience so triggered. For the record, I never asked for the outcome to be overturned. That was all Libby Jack's doing. I was looking forward to JV golf coach going full George Brett Pine tar on your asses, but we all know once a winner is awarded, there's no changing it.
Oh, we
no
all
matter
know.
how dubious the circumstances, like the time the emails were so bad that Misty Plops won despite not even emailing in. I hope that dude pretending to be a momtrepreneur from Ladue found his way out of Afton. For the record, I'm a Shrewsbury, not an Afton. Not that anyone from Ladue would know the difference. As Tim mentioned yesterday, Shrewsbury is the home of the TMA Hall of Fame. It's in the old Grandpa Pigeons across Chippewa from that massage parlor. Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Yeah, the TMA Hall of Fame is in the old Grandpa Pigeons. Mm-hmm. And that's what we have for the designer. Heating and cooling.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was a Shrewsbury, but I'm going to vote today for a fellow by the name of the JV golf coach.
I liked his as well. Oshkosh Bagosh, JV golf coach.
JV golf coach has a win. Unbelievable. Like Tiger Woods. Ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Twellman has texted me. That was fun. We got to get him back. We got to get him back in the rotation.
Sure, why not?
All right, time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.